From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Saturday stream. Going to be playing some Yakuza Kiwami 2. I need to situate myself just a little bit lower than normal. Actually, I should have tested this out before we started stream. Let's make sure that the nose lines up with the grid there. Epic Shotgun, hello, hello. Good to see you. Luna Wolf, thank you for redeeming first. Now, let's see here. Going to test something out, everyone. There we go. I think we got it just right. Little Bud Moore, welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, I think that's good. That way I'm not blocking the notifications with my lovely golden locks of hair. Anyways, how's everyone doing? I hope you're all having a fantastic weekend so far. I know this is off to a blazing start for me. Got some good news outside of the streaming realm. Won't get into it much. Not yet. Don't want to jinx it, but I'm knocking on wood because it's good. Anyways, talk about that later. Probably next week. Don't count my chickens before they're hatched. But one thing I do have confirmation on, and which I'm very proud to announce, which you might have seen on the Twitter page, which, by the way, if you're not following me on Twitter, please do that. Also, as of late, a lot of my fellow VTubers and content creators have been going over to this interesting website called Blue Sky. So we're going to pin this up here and keep it pinned for the rest of the stream. Do give me a follow if you've got Blue Sky. If you've been thinking about signing up for Blue Sky, you know, a lot of people did this in response to changing up the privacy settings for people who are blocked, to where people who were blocked can now see, or will eventually be able to see, your posts on Twitter. A lot of people didn't like that. They figured, you know, blocked means blocked, like you can't see anything. So, yeah, a lot of people weren't happy with that. They decided to move over to Blue Sky. I'm giving it a try on recommendation from everyone else. I will still post on Twitter. But, you know, I'm not going to abandon Twitter. Too often, it seems as though people will try something else for a little while. Then there won't be enough traction of their liking. They'll get impatient. And then they'll go back to Twitter. So, I mean, I believe in diversification of platforms. One should never put all of their eggs in one basket. Which talk of which, do make sure you're following me on YouTube at Lord Rexworth VT, and you can find all of my links on my website, lordrexworth.com. We got a Discord. Keep in touch with our community of nobles. If you're age 18 or over, just click that link there in chat to join. My comms are open as well. Just buy me a coffee. And then if you happen to be feeling generous, there's the third page. Right, so let's get to the news. You may have seen this over on Associated page. Let's go over to our collab window. There we are. And we'll do a window capture here. And here is runic sigils. Don't mind all these tabs. Pay no attention to that. But yes, part of Gen 1 of runic sigils is none other than myself. Holy mother of tabs. Yes, I have a lot of tabs. Pay no attention to them. You saw nothing. And special thanks to Skullermans for helping me work on this video the other day. Let's make sure that the browser audio is unmuted. And 3, 2, 1. Hello there. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber who streams a variety of content from video games to just chatting and video reacts to ASMR. I also host the Lord Rexworth podcast, available on YouTube and Spotify, and it is my great pleasure to appear before you as one of the inaugural talents of runic sigils, representing Fehu. The rune Fehu is the first rune of the Elder Futhark, the oldest runic alphabet used by Germanic tribes, including the Norse and Anglo-Saxons. Its name derives from a Proto-Germanic word meaning cattle, which was the primary symbol of wealth and prosperity in ancient Germanic and agrarian societies. In terms of symbolism, Fehu represents wealth, abundance, and material success, as well as good fortune, prosperity, and the energy of creation or new beginnings. Fehu represents life force and is strongly associated with the goddess Freya, who governs fertility, so it can also symbolize the heart and blood, in addition to the conception and birth of a creative idea or enterprise. In the realm of the spiritual, Fehu is associated with the flow of resources and energy, emphasizing that wealth and abundance should be used wisely and generously shared with others. Be sure to follow Runic Sigils on Twitter, @project_runic. You'll find all of my streaming platforms and socials on my website, lordrexworth.com. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter, Twitch, and Kick @LordRexworth, and on YouTube @LordRexworthVT. Find the Lord Rexworth podcast on Spotify and subscribe so you never miss an episode. Your support means so much to me, and I humbly thank you. From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I wish you all the best, and God bless. Skull did a fantastic job on this one. But yes.
That was a bit British, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I do believe so, yes. But yeah, I am now proud to say that I'm part of Runic Sigils, an indie VTuber group, alongside good friends and mutuals, Skullermans, Nakada Akamine, and also Digigoop, making her debut with Runic Sigils. And all of this being managed and owned by Midas and Verena. So, a lovely group of people. Had a chance to collab with several of them before. Yeah, I mean, it's a great group. I'm happy to be a part of it. It's wonderful people. Been a while since I've been a part of a VTuber group, like a proper VTuber group. You know, it's good to be on the ground floor of something like this, and especially with people that I know and have known for some time, and people that I trust. I think that was one of the big problems, is that in previous groups, I really didn't know the people all that well, and that turned out to be to my detriment and to a lot of other people's detriment. But moving on from that, I think we've got a good solid foundation. And the auditions are still open. I think we want to add a handful more people, maybe 2 or 3 if I remember right. Could be wrong about the number. I don't know exactly how many we're going to be adding in. But so far we've got, how many do we have? We've got myself, we've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 4 talents. 4 amazing talents, including myself, and probably going to add 1 or 2 more to round out the generation. They seem awesome. Yes, they do. They really do. And just a delight to work with. Everyone seems to get along really well. Quite the chill lot. You know, everyone's rather laid back, and I love that. And yeah, I think that's about all I can think of to say at the moment, because we're just getting started. So I can't wait for us to have our collabs. I do know that our goal is to have at least 1 collab as a group. Usually it's going to be something on the weekends, about once a month. And so that is something I'm dedicated to blocking out a portion of my schedule to do just that. So yeah, that's the big news. And that's why you're seeing the watermark up there on the top left-hand corner of your screen, the icon for runic sigils. It's kind of cool, if I'm being honest. You know, a little bit of an Illuminati vibe, but that's all right. But yeah, that is the news. So everyone, do make sure that you go follow runic sigils over on Twitter. There's the link in the chat. Keep in touch with all of us. If you're interested in auditioning, there's a Google form there that you can apply. And also keep in touch with their Discord. I'll be hanging out over there. And yeah. Not too much more to say about that. Good people, good times. And we're just getting started. Yeah. And speaking of news, hard to believe this is Japan, chat. But a man has, I believe he's been arrested after throwing several firebombs at the headquarters of Japan's ruling Liberal Democrat Party today, then crashed his car into a barrier in front of the Prime Minister's residence. The man was arrested, no injuries reported, but my God. Sort of thing you see in a third world country or something. You wouldn't expect this in Japan, of all places. Well, then again, we also didn't expect what happened to former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe to happen, and yet it did. Yeah, this looks like a scene out of Detroit, not Tokyo, Japan. Or out of Chicago, or St. Louis, yeah. Or somewhere in London, or Paris. Let's see, we've got some more footage here from Kyoto News. This looks like just a collection of B-roll footage in the aftermath. I live within driving distance of all 3 of those cities. My condolences, Epic Shotgun. I am so sorry. That would mean... Let me see if I remember my geography correct. Would that also put you within driving distance of Cleveland? Because if so, that's even worse. I had it said best from Andrew Henderson, the Nomad Capitalist. He was originally from Cleveland. And he said the one thing you have to get used to as someone who says that they are from Cleveland is whenever you tell someone that, the first response is, "Oh, I'm sorry." Rather miserable town to be from. Let's see, this is looped back already, so we'll pause this. But yeah, apparently the fire is the result of a Molotov cocktail. 5 to 6, to be exact. Man in his 40s arrested, threw about 5 to 6 Molotov cocktails at LDP headquarters, then tried to ram his K-van into the PM's office. He crashed into a riot police vehicle, no injuries. But damn, talk about a disruption of the war or social harmony. Cleveland's a bit far, but yeah. Again, my condolences. Kamikazed his car into the PM's residence, dear lord. Yeah, so that happened. T-bait anime adaptation set for 2025. Oh, the beginning after the end. Okay. Let's have a look-see at this. Stop the music here momentarily. Based on the reincarnation adventure premise of the series. Reborn as an infant.
最強の王様、二度目の人生は何をする?
This starts in 2025. Hello, fellow Brit. Hello, Tailskip. Good to see you. How are you? Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, those of you that happen to be Fortnite players, looks like they've got a Spider-Woman skin released in Fortnite. Spider-Woman cosmetics have been decrypted. Oh, this is the Spider-Woman that we're getting. Interesting. I mean... Oh, the Jessica Drew version. It's alright. Looks a bit too much like the Flash. But, oh yeah, looks alright. I'd smash. I mean, what? Are you good, sir? Doing well. And yourself? Good, now the hurricane is done. Good. Now the cleanup begins. Would not. Oh, really? Why is that? This looks like a Cruella de Vil skin that they just had. Oh. Now she gets a speedboat. And a rifle. And a shotgun. And a submachine gun. But her face... What about her face? Her face looks decent. I guess as long as she didn't take the mask off. Is it raining today? Not in my neck of the woods. Here, it honestly feels like a very just mild fall day. What some Americans refer to as a Chamber of Commerce day. Sun is out. The air's a bit cooler. Tiny bit of crispness to it. No humidity. A gentle breeze. Just overall, a lovely, lovely day. It's been so lovely that we've actually been able to keep some of the windows open in my house. And just, you know, let a gentle breeze flow in. Air out the house and have some fresh air come in. So yeah. Let's see. We should switch over to another window. Because I don't know about you, chat, but I feel like having some video reacts. Let's see. Should I not have maximized the window then? Winter's at 6 a.m., spring is at 10 a.m., summer's at 3 p.m., fall starts around 8 p.m. Welcome to Iowa. Go back to the introduction screen. Then we will switch back over to this. Got to do some running around. Be back in a bit. All right. Here we are. To switch our caption method. There we go, everyone. Pause the music here. And we start out in Japan. Because what else are we going to start? Let's see. Title of the video is from Retro Japan, Why Japan Feels Like Another World and How This Might Change. Let's take a look.
Due to factors like the weak yen and increased online attention, more and more people have been able to visit Japan for the first time, and for many, their visit leaves a deep and lasting impression, one that lingers far beyond the trip itself. I know several people who have done multiple trips to Japan, some who even come yearly, and plenty of others who even took the plunge to move here permanently.
I mean, can you blame them? It's a wonderful country. We could start in Australia, lol, JK. Yeah, no, not going to do that. Nope. Japan is often like Batman, you know? You know how they always say to be yourself? Unless you're Batman, always be Batman. It's like if the one place you can go anywhere in the world you want to go. But if it's Japan, always start with Japan.
immersing themselves in the culture entirely. But why is this? If you're watching this, you likely have a strong interest in Japan, or maybe you even live here yourself. Maybe you've already found your answer. Is it the culture, the traditions, a combination of many things,
or maybe that this is just the last bastion of finding a country where things just fucking work. You know, trains arrive on time, and people are fairly friendly. You're not constantly being accosted and treated like some sort of terrorist or suspicious criminal or whatever. You know, it's actually a nice place, and a place you can go to and not have to worry about, some sort of, someone, again, with the accosting late at night. You can actually roam the streets at night and, have some fun and go to an izakaya or a bar and, get yourself some food or a drink and, not have to worry about the criminal element or, roving migrant gangs beating you up and taking your wallet and possibly even killing you or shanking you in an alley somewhere. And the food is actually good, yes. Instead of the slop and shite that is oftentimes served in other countries that are just sort of riding on brand prestige because, oh, we're Europe, where are you going to go, you peasant? Well, we can go to Japan for starters and actually, have ourselves a decent meal for not a lot of coin. It's just overall better. No wonder people want to stick around.
Or perhaps something more. Something I've noticed and often find interesting is how people often rush to defend Japan online. Whether there's a video of someone breaking social norms or acting disrespectfully, the internet reacts almost immediately with people defending the country and its customs. But why is Japan treated this way? Why?
I'll tell you why. Because we want to keep things as they are. We live in a world of rapid change, and people are just sort of standing up and saying, yeah, you know what? Maybe we don't change this one thing. It's just the one thing. You can have anything else you want, just not this. But we know that's never going to be enough for... It's never going to be enough for those who are trying to change things, and oftentimes in a bad way. Because they just have this innate desire to destroy and to undermine.
Why is criticism seen as so controversial compared to other places? In many ways, this is a positive thing, but I have always wondered why Japan inspires this kind of response. Japan is
because it's preservationism. We don't want Japan to become like Europe. We especially don't want it to become like the United Kingdom or the United States or Canada. Even the Japanese want Japan to retain the unique Japaneseness about it. It's fine to have your cosmopolitan cities like your Tokyos and Osakas, but fundamentally, Japan is for the Japanese. The rest of us are just visitors.
a very idealized place for many, often to the point that it is taboo to say anything critical or negative without facing backlash. On the flip side, influencers and online personalities often capitalize on the culture, playing into the fascination with Japan because showcasing anything from here often guarantees views and engagement. I understand this may sound hypocritical coming from some...
It's engagement farming. So much what you see on YouTube and on TikTok is just engagement farming. I know for certain... I know that there's going to be, and I've even seen it with some of my videos that I posted of clips from stream where we do video reacts like this on topics of Japan, whether it's these sort of commentary videos or perhaps first-person view tour of a hotel or a cruise ship or something like that over in Japan. Those do tend to get more engagement than other things that I I put out there because it's Japan. You know, people want to see stuff about Japan, and that's fine. Not doing it strictly for the engagement, mind you. I happen to have a genuine interest in this sort of thing. So it's not just mere engagement farming. It's something that actually interests me because I have been here to Japan twice, and you know, it's always been a favorite holiday destination for me. And who knows, I may end up going back again next year. I don't know. We'll have to see. God willing, I will.
Someone who shares content about Japan online, but my goal was to approach these nuances with authenticity. Past the initial euphoria of experiencing Japan for the first time, many are aware that there may be an eventual reality check awaiting after becoming deeply entrenched in the culture.
Oh, yes.
Initial perceptions may dissipate. What once seemed like charming social norms may start to feel restrictive, and what once...
Yeah, I mean, daily example of this is the way they deal with trash and with rubbish bins. Specifically, there are no rubbish bins anywhere. And it's because of something that happened about 30 years ago with a sarin gas attack in the subway in Tokyo. But it's one of those things like, you know, it's been long enough. Let's put the rubbish bins back in place. You know, that particular cult that was responsible for that attack, they are a shell of their former selves. Their numbers are dwindling, and it will probably... that group will probably just disappear on its own after a while. I think it's safe to put the rubbish bins back. The whole system with the with trash pickup, how you have to sort into what seems like a million different categories. I find that ridiculous and quite unreasonable. You know, that's something that needs to be handled by the recycling facility where this stuff gets dropped off. Let them sort it out. Let that be another job that gets created for someone else. You know, at my house, we've got a large garbage bin and we've got a large recycling bin. And we've got two services. You've got the trash service that comes and pick up the large rubbish bin. And then you've also got the recycle service that comes round and does the same. And all the recyclables get sorted at their own facility by other people. Because, frankly, we don't have time for that sort of thing. I have other things to do. And you can prattle on about social responsibility and, you know, we're all in this together, blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. Not interested. Let someone else handle that. I don't want to have to rip off the labels of my plastic soda and water bottles and put that in a separate bin and put the bottle in another bin and put, you know, paper and plastic bags in two other different bins. It's ridiculous. Let someone else handle that. Just put it all in one big bin. Let them sort it out. Hello, Rex. Hello, Annie. Hello. You've caught me going off on a tangent about how Japan's rubbish and recycling system is far too complicated for their own good. Yes, too much of a headache. Let someone else deal with the headache. I mean, you got the Japanese citizens already paying taxes to pay for trash and recycle pickup. So why not have someone at the recycling facilities where the stuff gets dropped off? Just have them take care of it. Have them sort through that stuff. I'm sure you've already got people who do that at the landfills where, you know, they sort through garbage and whatnot. I feel bad for them if they were deep cleaning. I guess I don't understand why would they be deep cleaning. I mean, I know it's necessary from time to time, but yeah. Well, no, anyway.
Felt like politeness starts to feel more like a social barrier. At this point, some find themselves struggling, be it financially or mentally. But for those who make it beyond this,
there's another thing, you know, the whole public face and private face. And look, I think society can benefit on the whole if everyone would just be a bit more polite to each other. You know, especially in recent years, with everyone being cooped up because of lockdowns and the just total acrimony of American politics seeping into the discourse of other countries around the world. We have all become, I think we've all just been, we have been wankers to each other for far too long. We've been arseholes to each other, and we've mistakenly thought we all have a license to do that. Especially if you're almost terminally online. It's easy to be a keyboard warrior about a lot of things. But then you get outside of the American and Western sphere and into countries like Japan, and you find the discourse is a lot different because they're just taught differently. You know, they have a different mentality of, no, you really shouldn't be an arsehole like that. That's rather selfish. You're part of a greater whole, and you need to be more respectful of that greater community as a whole. I wish that for online as well. Yeah, you'll find that, like, non-English language Twitter, like Japanese Twitter, for example, it's a lot more honest. It is a lot more frank dialogue, people not having to worry about trigger warnings and, you know, all of this other just neurotic and highly sensitive bullshit that, let's be honest, nobody really cares about. You're just using it to flex on other people and try to control them. They don't care about any of that. In fact, they mock us for it. And, you know, people are able to tell jokes. You know, jokes that once you get them translated into English and you start to understand what it is they're talking about, you find they actually, in some cases, have a rather base sense of humor, and I love that. It's just, yeah. But at the same time, in public life, I don't know, there seems to be a lack of a will to just be sort of upfront and frank with people, and you can do that without being an asshole to other people. It's just a matter of striking a balance. But I don't know. People from the West will struggle with that. You know, the saying one thing in public and thinking something else entirely in private. That just, to me, that seems like just seems like a setup to just seems like a setup for neurosis, if you ask me. Yeah, or emotional damage.
There's another place that you might find yourself, one of normality that allows for a deeper appreciation of Japan for what it is, while still acknowledging the complexities, both the beautiful and the challenging.
Amen.
So why does Japan feel like another world? Well, in many cases, it's because it is. Japan was isolated from the rest of the world for many centuries during the Edo period, a time when few foreigners were allowed in and most Japanese were not permitted to leave. This seclusion fostered the development of a highly distinct culture, untouched by Western influences until relatively recently. Even after Japan rapidly modernized after opening its borders in the late 19th century, it managed to do so on its own terms, meaning that a first world country was built, but in a fundamentally different way to the West.
Yeah. Quite so. There's a way to counter this. Just don't think. Brit, welcome in. I suppose that's something else, yeah. Some people choose not to think about this sort of thing. Me, I guess I'm too much of a thinker. I've had a bit too much to think. It's going to get me in trouble with the thought police, I just know it. But fuck the thought police, they're all cunts.
Hello there.
Hello there. How you doing, Stonerstan? What is think? That's a good question, Luna. When you figure that out, let me know. But yeah, I think part of what helped Japan so much was that for so long they were actually closed off to the rest of the world. Because let's face it, before they did close themselves off to the rest of the world, they saw the writing on the walls. They saw Western imperialist powers trying to get an inroads into Japan by any means that they could, whether it was through trade, but especially the one thing that the shogunate feared the most was the spread of Christianity. That's something nobody really talks about when it comes to the history of Japan and why they actually did close themselves off to the rest of the world for close to 200 years, was that the shogunate feared the spread of Christianity. And Christianity, and I believe even Catholicism especially, was spreading like wildfire in Japan. It was one of the most popular and fastest growing faiths within the country. And the shogunate believed that if it was allowed to spread any further, that Japan would basically become a satellite or client state for the Vatican and Rome. Which, looking back, I don't know, good thing, bad thing, maybe a little column A, maybe a bit of column B, I don't know. Not Catholic, I'm Protestant. But, I don't know. And it often leads me to wonder, is like, what would Japan be like as a nation of fervent Christians in the Orient? It would be interesting to see some Japan in some alternate universes like that. Jesus, spooky. Oh, yeah. Quoting the shogunate word for word there. Having me a good thunk. Yes. Enjoy your thonkies. Alive and writing. Oh, what are you writing about? Also, hello. Hello, Sly. Good to see you. Any who shall be lurking, all the best, you overcharged car battery. All the best to you as well. And thank you for the hydrate and stretch redeems. Cheers. Yeah. Coming up in about an hour of this, so that's good. But yeah, it's one thing that people don't really talk about much. Shogunate feared the spread of Christianity, so they closed off the entire country and made it to where I think only the Dutch could trade with them. And they had to do it at certain ports. I think Fukuoka and Nagasaki were the only ports that were open to trade with the outside world. So they didn't close off entirely. They just really heavily restricted it. Overcharged car battery. Don't worry about it, Sly. That's just Brit. That's just Brit being Brit. My TTRPG stuff is normal. Coming up with naming stuff is my weakness. Well, I mean, you always could turn to some sort of name generator. And, all right, chat, try not to spurg out on this. But I'm going to recommend maybe turn to something like Grammarly's AI programmer ChatGPT. Again, please, try not to spurg out when I suggest things like that. They are useful tools. Again, you still need the human element of editing when it comes to that. But they can be helpful tools. We don't have to treat AI as some sort of gigantic Leviathan bogeyman or whatever. I can't believe I have to preface that these days because it just... The way people just about any mention of AI this, or AI that is just it's like... It's almost this sick, neurotic Pavlovian response. It's like, enough already. If you're that scared about it stealing your job or whatever, it's like, I don't know. First and foremost, get so good that you don't have to be threatened by that. Now, trying to name perks that would be universal, which still have to write down the slangs. Ah, okay, so you're having to come up with entire... You're basically putting a token, in other words. Whereas he came up with... he came up with an entire language. You're having to come up with something... You're having to come up with something adjacent, which is slang terms, which slang is often based off of its own language. And that can be hard to do. I don't know. Oh, something that might help you in terms of inspiration, Stan. See if you can find anything online about the writers of Red Dwarf coming up with the word smeg. Maybe you'll find some inspiration there. Because, you know, it was still the BBC, and I think they were, whenever Red Dwarf was first broadcast, it was, they weren't quite past the watershed, so they couldn't just say whatever they wanted to, so they had to come up with creative terms like smeg off, or smegging awesome. I agree with AI being a tool. Yeah, that's all it is. At the end of the day, it's just a tool. Anyway. Humanity traveled to space in the 90s, though the culture is still a mix of the 80s and 90s due to a long war with aliens. So got to come up with how the culture is, the slang, how people dress, etc. Ah, you've got to come up with lore. That can be fun. That can be a fun process.
Japan's culture was built on a foundation of cleanliness, efficiency, respect, and a feeling of safety that feels very embedded in everyday life. It's a place where everything in life is designed to feel smoother, but at the same time there's an undeniable feeling of safety that's hard to find anywhere else. This can be a shocking discovery for many tourists who are accustomed to seeing things like trash on the streets, or delayed trains, or are used to the idea that walking home alone at night is dangerous. It's only when you...
Yeah, smooth and safe. That describes Japan's culture, and it's something that's sprung up organically. It's not anything they had to, you know, enact authoritarian measures, like with Singapore, for example. You'll find the same effect over in Singapore, but to get there, they had to become an authoritarian state. You know, they had to become a government and system that will flog you publicly for spitting out chewing gum on the street. And a lot of that could probably be chalked up to the fact that they are an incredibly diverse society that is a blend of, you know, Indian and Chinese and other cultures just sort of blended together in one city-state. Whereas with Japan, which has always been a fairly monoracial, monocultural type country, it wasn't that much of a struggle, but they did have to close themselves off for a couple of centuries. Already have Japan's culture, though. They're one of the few that did not lose their culture after the leap, and, well, they doubled down on it by acting like Edo Japan, but of recent finally opened travel, letting other colonies visit them. Hey, sounds interesting. Only thing I remember about Japan are the people of Kyoto, Japan. You know, Kyoto is an interesting, almost an entity unto itself, but probably one of the poorer managed cities in all of Japan. I believe the Kyoto government or its transit system, something like that, recently had to declare insolvency. So it was, yeah, they're not the best. I think there's a higher level of corruption amongst Kyoto than you would find anywhere else.
You visit a country such as Japan, where you're able to introspectively reflect on your own country and wonder why public spaces can't be held to the same standards. This level of order and cleanliness isn't accidental. It stems from a deeply rooted cultural mindset where the collective well-being is prioritized over the individual. These principles are embedded in Japanese society at its core, and they only work because people...
This is the trade-off of going from individualism to collectivism. Individualism, yes, the individual is prized and cherished and lifted up above all else, but that comes at the cost of oftentimes you can't have clean cities. You can't have trains that run on time. Collectivist cultures, trains run on time, streets will be clean, everything works, everything is safe, but you as an individual are nothing in the grand scheme of things. So these are the trade-offs, these are the prices that have to be paid. And it depends on what you want. Which, now that I think of it, is a rather oddly individualist question.
People hold the same belief in their importance. Many Western societies favor individualism, which may be one of the many reasons why they are unable to replicate the same levels of cleanliness and safety. I mean, in a country as prone to natural disasters as Japan, organization and collectivism are vital. Back in the UK, 5 millimeters of snow will effectively shut down the entire country's infrastructure. In contrast, in Japan, after natural disasters, you often see people band together in a way that things return to normal as soon as possible. And there's a deep sense of responsibility to help each other out.
I mean, you will see that to a certain measure in Western countries. Even if there's not really a strong sense of community, it does eventually coalesce. But probably not in any sort of orderliness like what you would find in Japan.
There's a deep respect for maintaining order and harmony in society, and while this may have drawbacks, it's undeniable that on many levels, this plays a big part in maintaining the culture. Most people don't concern themselves with controversial topics like politics, and even if they do, they tend to keep their opinions to themselves. In many ways, Japan seems like a bit of a cultural safe haven, untouched by the troubles and politics of the world that we see in the increasingly fractured societies of the West.
Yes, that's something that most people will keep their opinions to themselves in Japan. They don't want to risk disrupting the social harmony by, spouting off on something, especially things they know nothing about. That's something that is almost completely lost and almost completely foreign in the West, to a certain extent, is that in the West you will find so many unsolicited opinions about things, as though people have somehow deluded themselves into thinking that others care what they think. Now, it's not so much with, depending on where in the spectrum you fall. If you happen to be right-wing, you will find that a lot of your opinions are not considered acceptable by the reigning left-wing intelligentsia. And the further right on the spectrum you go, you'll find there's near zero tolerance for any expression of those views, even among people on the right. So, it's also a matter of unsolicited opinions, but what kind of unsolicited opinions? Where on the spectrum do they fall of acceptable discourse? Where in the Overton window do they fit? If yours are primarily leftist political opinions or social opinions, you will find very little resistance to those. And in fact, yours will be amplified and encouraged. Even though, for some reason, so many people on the left have deluded themselves into thinking that somehow they're still going against the mainstream, or that they're somehow fighting some sort of insurgent battle. Sorry to inform you, but no, you've effectively won the culture wars. You are the prevailing culture. You are the man now. You're not fighting the man, you are the man. Or excuse me, the it. Because that's something else. Masculine language is now deemed no longer acceptable or fashionable, at least for now. I hate when people give an opinion and claim they are right and all other opinions are wrong. Depends on the opinion, I guess. Lol, I'll have to deal with that after my stuff becomes mainstream. Yeah, I mean, there's a cost associated with something becoming mainstream. I think it's rather interesting that traditionalism and traditional values and expressions of traditionalism and a respect for the classics has become almost a revolutionary act. And yet here we are. But I know that those who are committing those revolutionary acts, they don't want it to stay revolutionary. They just want to go back to that. They want to return to that sort of thing, which one hopes that will happen organically over time as people come to their senses and as society collectively gets back on its meds and stop acting like a bunch of mad, crazed, diseased maniacs and lunatics. But very often, what we've seen throughout history is that it takes some sort of grand traumatic event like a war or the end of a civilization, the fall of a civilization, for that to come about. Thank God that won't happen until I'm an old man. Yeah, or like so many other artists, you're never appreciated in your lifetime. And that appreciation only comes after you're dead. Which I'm almost half convinced that happens intentionally. So as certain powerful and moneyed individuals can keep the prices down on art while the artist's alive so they don't have to pay him as much. And then once they're dead, they just jack up the price. Try to use that scarcity to just milk people for every cent they have. But then again, you look at artists who are appreciated within their lifetimes and have enjoyed tremendous amounts of financial success and acclaim. And I just don't see the appeal. I just don't see the appeal of the artwork that they're making. Be right back, stuck in the jail of ads. Well, there is a way around that. You can always drop a sub.
Perhaps that's why even minor breaches of etiquette feel like major offences, because they disrupt the delicate balance of a society that relies so much on harmony and mutual respect. The moment that
Yeah, my thought on that is that if the social harmony is so easily disrupted, if that balance really is so delicate, is that in and of itself worth preserving? Or better still, shouldn't that balance be something that's strengthened? Shouldn't it be something a bit less delicate? You know, if a small social faux pas is enough to just throw everything out of sorts, well then, is that everything really worth preserving? Or should it perhaps be strengthened to where a small social faux pas does not result in everything being thrown out of sorts? I mean, yes, I understand, the idea of comparisons to nature. Nature's a delicate thing and blah, blah, blah. Again, my point still stands. Should we not have a stronger balance? Should we not have something made of sterner stuff? To where a small violation of social etiquette, a small faux pas, whether accidental or intentional, does not throw a spanner into the whole works. I mean, I'm no artist, just a man making something because a thing I did became shit. And so out of spite, wanting something better, making it, pretty sure I have a small fan base because guns, PMCs, retro stuff, and humanity just fucking stuff up. I mean, yeah. If honestly, that seems like a pretty good security basis to go off of if humanity just fucking stuff up. Yeah. What is social harmony? Social harmony being in just sort of a summary term of people tend to just get along. You know, things tend to be rather peaceful and people tend to get along, which you'll find that in collectivist and individualist societies. But again, going back to my original point, if social harmony is such a delicate, fragile thing, shouldn't it be strengthened? Shouldn't we base it off of something stronger? You know, if all it takes is one little faux pas to throw a spanner in the works, then is that worth preserving? Or perhaps should we focus on strengthening that or shifting our focus towards something stronger? You know, these are questions that I think will require sort of a paradigm shift in the thinking of others. I mean, we should strengthen it, be more aware of accidents and that we are all human. Mistakes are made because we are all humans. Indeed. Indeed, but the way we're talking here is that, you know, one person doing one social faux pas risks throwing a spanner in everything. And, you know, part of me is just skeptical that it's really that fragile. But I don't know. I don't know. It's just it can be a bit frustrating to have to deal with these sort of differences.
That individualism reigns in Japan, it all falls apart. From both inside and outside perspectives, the fear of cultural erosion is very real, and the unique way of life might be seen as something to protect. But in an increasingly connected world, even Japan can't avoid the creeping influence of globalization, and whether this will strengthen or strain the cultural fabric is another question. Since the COVID-19
it will. It absolutely will. I mean, I know Japan is home to probably the most UNESCO World Heritage sites in the world. They get funding from the United Nations to preserve those sites. And I remember they were talking about this on the podcast of Lotus Eaters. And they sort of addressed the elephant in the room there of, okay, you take the ticket from the United Nations. You take the money from the UN. You cash that check. There's going to be a cost with it. And that is that the UN is going to demand that you throw your borders wide open and accept infinite number of migrants. In other words, accept DIE. Diversity, inclusion, equity. All the usual problem that we've all grown to loathe collectively, that is just ruining everyone's fun and good times and is just becoming miserable and insufferable. That's the cost of cashing that check from the United Nations in order to preserve all your heritage and cultural sites, is that they are going to demand that you basically stop being Japan. And that you let in a whole bunch of people who are not Japanese, who will probably never be Japanese. And at that point, flood your borders and flood your land with outsiders. And then you have to ask at that point, are we still Japan? So it comes with a cost. Taking the world's money, and you have to become increasingly globalist, and the price of that is no distinct languages, cultures, or taste, except those that are flooding into your country. Because somehow the native language, culture, or taste is inherently bad, I guess. If We accept the premise of the prevailing intelligentsia and the prevailing ruling class. Basically saying if we destroy ourselves, we win. Except you don't. You've just destroyed yourself. You'll leave a pile of rubble where your country was at one point. And you will have an outside foreign element ruling over the rubble pile, not doing anything to repair the rubble pile, God forbid. And what then? I mean, at that point, all you have is a new underclass, a new, hopefully compliant underclass, that the ruling class can lord over. But, I don't know. Don't think they're going to be as compliant as the ruling class think. It's sort of like that line from Orwell's 1984 that, if there's any hope for the world, it's in the proles. Except the proles never really rise up, do they? They're too pacified and tranquilized by bread and circuses. Anyway, probably dropping too many red pills here. Let's keep going.
Japan has seen a surge of tourism, which has brought in significant revenue, but also many challenges. In Kyoto's Gion district, tourists were banned from taking photos in certain areas, and barriers were placed at popular Mount Fuji view spots to prevent overcrowding in residential areas. It's no secret that over-tourism is causing a bit of a strain on local infrastructure. Previously, tourism in Japan was driven largely by those who have a strong interest in the culture, but now with the weak yen and heightened media attention, Japan has become a popular destination for even casual travelers. With this comes many people that might not know that what's considered normal in their own countries clashes with Japan's social etiquette, or perhaps they simply just don't care to follow the local rules and customs. I've heard...
In other words, they're attracting too many slob tourists. The worst kind of tourists, the people who don't really need to be traveling anyway. It's like, just do your day trips in your home country if you're going to be a slob about things. And that's usually what comes with a weak yen. When the yen starts to strengthen, you'll probably see an increase in the quality and caliber of tourist. For a long time, when there was a stronger yen, travel to Japan was reserved to people who were a lot more respectful to those things. But again, once you start letting anyone and everyone in, that comes with a price. That means you're going to be getting some more slob tourists. People who, they just don't give a fuck about anything. They look at this entire country and all they see is an anime playground. When it's so much more than that. I mean, I would be okay if Japan went the Singapore model and made it legal and acceptable to start publicly flogging people like that. Because it seems that's what it's going to take at this point. I have been saying it for a while that the vast majority of the world's population is in desperate need of either a beating or an enema or some combination thereof. And almost no one should be spared from that.
Plenty of stories like people bringing their phones into the onsens, cutting queues for buses, or talking loudly on trains. There is a crowd of foreign residents living in Japan that might feel a sense of entitlement over their unique stake in Japan and potentially look down on tourists, especially the ones that seem to be breaking the rules. And in many ways, I can understand this as a resident myself. Poor behavior from tourists reflects poorly on those of us who live here. But personally, I have no issue with the increased tourism, providing that people make the effort to be respectful. Additionally, I think that the Japanese government needs to make an effort to promote tourism more evenly across the country, rather than just focusing on a handful of cities like Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka. But it's not just tourism. Japan is currently experiencing...
Yeah, there's so much more to
experiencing a record
Japan than the big cities, Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka. There's lovely seaside coastal towns like Fukuoka. There's other smaller cities like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There's Sendai up in the north. And even further north, there's the beautiful island of Hokkaido. I mean, I can't put into words how badly I want to go see Hokkaido. Especially in the summertime. I think Hokkaido is an incredibly underrated vacation destination. And the next holiday that I go to in Japan, if it happens to be in the warm weather months, I will more than likely land in Tokyo at either Haneda or Narita Airport, board a train for Tokyo Station, then hop on a bullet train and head straight up to Hakodate. Then take another train to Sapporo. Because I have seen from videos on YouTube what Sapporo is like in the middle of summer. It is beautiful. The temperatures are mild. It's one of those places you can go to and you'd probably still need like a light jacket, like a windbreaker or something. But it just looks absolutely beautiful up there. And it's also not too crowded. And I think I would have a really good time up there. The people also seem incredibly laid back and chill. And I love that. So all the best of Japanese kindness and hospitality in an incredibly laid back environment where the weather is just mild and wonderful. I could go for something like that. Giving money to preserve culture just to have it destroyed is ironic. My bad for being late. Was busy doing tasks requested me to do. It's all right, Sly. But yes, quite right. Very ironic.
number of foreign workers. In 2023, the foreign workforce exceeded 2 million, the highest ever recorded, with the majority coming from countries such as China, Vietnam, and the Philippines. With Japan's shrinking and aging population, the government has set targets to almost quadruple the number of foreign workers by 2040 in an effort to maintain economic growth and address labor shortages.
I mean, they're going to have to do it, unfortunately. Japanese people are not making enough babies. There's not enough of a replacement level population. As a matter of fact, I think I saw somewhere that Japan has had 0 births for a couple of months now. Everywhere else, we're at least having some level of births. Babies are being born. Not in Japan. You got more people dying than being born. That is bad. So, in a way, they're going to have to fling open the borders. And more than likely, it's going to be to people from China, Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, the Philippines. And they're going to have to work through the challenges because people from Vietnam and the Philippines especially, they get over there and they just seem to have the hardest time adapting. Same with China. Oh yeah, that's an issue they touched on a few days ago. Oh really? Yeah, honestly, I think the days of, for lack of a better term, purebred Japanese, I think those are going to become a bit more of a rarity in the coming years and decades. You're going to be seeing a lot more children born to a mixture of Japanese and Korean, Chinese, Vietnamese, Thai. Filipino. And you're also going to see a lot more Japanese born of mixed heritage of like half Japanese, half European, maybe half American, half Australian, maybe even like half African, or half Indian or Middle Eastern. You're going to see a lot more of what they call hafus in Japan. It's necessary to ensure their survival. But also I think it would be the added benefit of mixing up the gene pool a bit. You may find that a lot of health conditions that were prevalent on a genetic level amongst the Japanese, if any, I don't know, perhaps those risks get mediated a bit by the introduction of some diversifying factors in the gene pool. We don't know. I return. Welcome back, Epic. Yeah, Japan's elderly population has been more prominent because of something. I don't recall because I was half awake when it was touched on. Yeah, well, I know that the elderly population is probably more vocal. They vote more in elections, which explains the reason why everything is so slow to change over in Japan. Everything. Because, you know, what do old people fear more than anything, aside from dying, perhaps? Change. They don't like change. And that's something you'll find almost universal across all cultures.
Shift is creating a more diverse workforce, but is also presenting its own challenges in terms of integration. While foreign workers are needed, language barriers and cultural differences make it very hard for foreigners to assimilate. It can really take years of living here to figure out if Japan is for you, and many people still end up feeling social isolation without a proper support network.
Yeah, the Japanese language can be incredibly difficult to learn. And yet, ironically enough, any new sort of words or expressions in the Japanese language, quite often they appear to be a sort of mostly English-based, which leads me to speculate that the Japanese language in and of itself in a few generations' time may warp and change to the point where it is much more recognizable as a dialect of English than anything else. Because, I mean, that's the one foreign language that's taught the most in Japan is English. English still remains the lingua franca of the world's language of international business. It's the one that Japanese people tend to recognize the most. So, and it changes adaptations to the Japanese language. You know, you may find, I don't know if anybody's ever played like Shenmue 1 in with Japanese language and English subtitles on, but who knows? Maybe in a few generations, everybody will start sounding like Tom, the gentleman who owns the hot dog stand, where he has these moments that are, you know, distinctly perfectly pronounced English mixed in with some Japanese. I think we might start seeing more of that, which ultimately could lead to a breakdown of barriers, of language barriers, so that perhaps there's not so much isolation felt amongst foreigners and even amongst Japanese. Japan is turning to English, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I mean, it's taught through primary school, middle school, up into the high school levels. You still have a lot of English language academies. You still have people that, you know, native-born Japanese that are trying to work on learning English. I don't know. There's content creator on YouTube, Ask Shogo, and this sort of springs to mind all of a sudden something else that probably even he has said needs to change about Japanese culture is the Bushido mentality. You know, this tendency towards just, it's all right to look inwards and self-reflect, but the sort of tendency to isolate and a lot of other elements of Bushido culture that seem to permeate Japanese society, he said just desperately needs to change if Japan is to have a chance at survival in the coming decades and in the next century.
The country is also undergoing a cultural shift led by its youth. The internet and social media is having a massive influence on the younger generation, who are more connected to global trends than ever before, reshaping their perspectives and exposing them to global ideas from fashion to social issues, fostering a growing disconnect between modern and traditional values. Many are embracing more individualistic lifestyles, diverging from the traditional collective mindset that has defined Japanese culture for so long. Many older generations who are raised with strict societal expectations might view the rise of individualism and globalized trends as an erosion of the culture. Many feel that Japan has managed to maintain its culture.
Maybe it's not so much an erosion of the culture, but rather the swing of the pendulum. Maybe not in the opposite direction, but maybe more towards the center.
And customs due to its homogenous culture, which is currently around 98% Japanese. Only time will tell whether or not this is true, because it's inevitable that the population is in for a dramatic shift. As globalization accelerates, Japan now finds itself at a bit of a crossroad, and many wonder if Japan can maintain its cultural identity in the face of increasing foreign influence, or will it slowly transform into a more globally integrated society. By 2050, Japan's population is predicted to shrink by up to 20%, and at this point it will have one of the highest percentages of elderly people in the world. This demographic shift will likely place immense strain on Japan's economy, healthcare system, and pension funds. The decisions made...
Oh, it's going to break them. It absolutely is going to break them. So many of these are... The only reason they're not deemed a Ponzi scheme is because the government's running them. But that's exactly what they are. Most pensions are, in fact, Ponzi schemes. They require a certain number of people paying into the system and less people taking out of the system. You know, the idea of Social Security, it was originally known as an insurance policy. American Social Security was basically a form of whole life insurance, but it was also a not dying when you're supposed to insurance to take care of widows. Of widows and the elderly. And I think as it was originally conceived, it was designed to where not a whole lot of people were supposed to take advantage. It wasn't something necessarily for everyone, but just enough people. It was set up so that more people were paying in than what was being paid out. And as long as you have that, it works. Trouble is, you've got a greying society in Japan, and in a lot of other countries around the world. And we're at a point where more people are taking out than they are putting in. And especially in some Western countries, so many people are putting in, but you're barely getting anything out. It's like you pay all this money in taxes, and what are you getting for? What are you getting for it? Not much. I'd like for Japan to learn English, but to keep on their traditions and values in their hearts. Why? I just find their culture to be unique, but with this world, it doesn't hurt to have an open mind and take in a few things here and there without changing too much. Yeah, and if history is any indicator, that is the tendency that the Japanese tend to do, is that they will take what works from the rest of the world, but they will adapt it and make it something distinctly Japanese. Something that works for them. And in the process, very often they tend to come up with something that the rest of the world likes. Because there is still that whole view, that prevailing view of this needs to be good for the community, for society in general. You don't really find that in a lot of Western countries. A lot of Western countries, prevailing attitude is fuck the mainstream. We only care about our constituents that are going to vote for us because the rest of them aren't going to vote for us anyway. And later on that gets warped and twisted and perverted into an ideology of we hate the people we rule under and we want them dead. Hence why you see so many Western countries flooding the borders with people they just want to turn into a permanent underclass. A more compliant, obedient underclass. But it never really works out that way. You know, if the fall of Rome is any indicator, usually they just end up creating some sort of golem, and the golem ends up overthrowing its master. And by then, what you once had as a nation, as a society, as a people, is all gone. It's all been destroyed.
Now will likely determine Japan's path for many decades to come. One way that the Japanese government aims to address these issues is by bringing in more foreign workers. But for a country known for its homogeneity, the impacts of a multicultural workforce are yet to be seen. But based on current trends, we can make a few predictions. But of course, keep in mind that these are just predictions and not certainties. Firstly, I think it's highly likely that the globalized youth will start leading changes in both the workplace and at home, more akin to what we see in the West. While the viewpoints of the
yes. I mean, once you get enough of them in any sort of space, they're going to have the strength of numbers to say, we want some changes, and we're going to get them. And if you don't give them to us, we will take them from you, by force if necessary.
Generations are unlikely to change anytime soon.
Also, next time you're in Tokyo, chat, please, I can't say this often enough, don't ride these fucking things. Please do not ride the go-karts. You look like a twat. You look like a twat. And honestly, these are considered a public nuisance. So, don't be a public nuisance. Don't ride the go-karts. Just explore Tokyo on foot like everyone else, please.
Soon, there will be a time that comes when they have to step down from the workforce and political positions. Many younger generations are rejecting the idea of the traditional salaryman lifestyle, and more women are delaying or foregoing having children or getting married, signaling a shift in traditional gender roles. Traditional working culture will also likely fade over time, and newer companies are likely to adopt more sustainable work-life balance cultures. Additionally,
yeah, Japan still struggles with the idea of work-life balance. And I think the young people, the youth of Japan, and especially as they start to import more foreigners, those people especially will lead a change to say, no, we're not going to slave away for peanuts at some company, day in and day out, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week for you. And then the boss expecting us to go out and go drinking with them at an izakaya on an almost nightly basis. We're not gonna do that anymore. We're gonna come in, we work 9 to 5, or some sort of hybrid structure. Some days we'll work from home, if that is possible. The rest of the time we'll work in an office. But we're not going to be slaves to you anymore. We are no longer going to live to work, we are going to work to live. I think you will see a dramatic improvement in the mental health of a lot of people. But that's something else that needs some work in Japan. The mental health situation is abysmal over there. You know, it's sad when you hear these stories, albeit anecdotal, from people like Chris Broad, who talks of a friend of his going to a therapist who says they're feeling depressed, and they talk about their problems for a bit, and the therapist responds back, well, you should just be more happy. Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Of course we need to be more happy. Bit hard to do that right now because, chemical imbalance and some other external factors going on. That's what they're fucking here for, is to learn how to be happier. And then you flippantly respond with, well, you should just be more happy. Well, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We would love to be more happy, but there's some challenges to that. That's what we need to work through. And it takes a combination of working through those with a therapist, perhaps some medication of some kind, and just auditing and making the changes in one's life and one's lifestyle to where that sort of thing is possible. I know because I've been working on the exact same thing for quite some time. And thank God, touch wood, I am in a much better place now compared to what I was a year ago. I have to leave again. I'm a lurk though. Hope the stream goes well. All right, Si. Appreciate the lurkies.
We might see more openness to social issues like LGBT and gender equality. The increasing foreign influence may shift Japan's cultural landscape, and while it's unlikely that Japan is going to become as diverse as some countries that we see in the West anytime soon, I think especially in urban areas, we may see a blend of traditions with new cultural practices from various different countries. I think it's also...
I'm sorry, chat, but I can't help but roll my eyes a bit when they start talking about gender equality and LGBT. Because too often, it's not about that. It is about the loudest minorities and the loudest voices shoving their narcissism down other people's throats. Too often, that gets used and abused for the narcissist in the room and the narcissist in the public square to lord it over everyone else and shove their little sexual peccadillos and whatever other peccadillos they may have down everybody's throats and rub it in their faces. I don't think that's what any of us signed up for when it comes to recognizing and respecting differences in the genders and sexualities. You want to be gay or a lesbian or bisexual or transgendered? Be my guest. But maybe don't shove it in everyone's faces and try to get people fired or cancelled because they look at you funny. Because, surprise, surprise, not everyone is going to approve of you. Not everyone is going to accept you wholeheartedly. And in fact, some people look at you funny, not out of hatred, not out of any unwillingness to accept you for who you are, but rather of coming from a place of, you're a bit strange. Why can't you just leave me alone? Because a lot of people, they really just don't care. They just want to be left alone and live their lives in peace. Sort of like what a lot of LGBT and gender activists claim that they wanted. That they just wanted to live their lives in peace. Well, you got the opportunity. And then you failed to rein in some of the louder voices, the extremist elements, who now say, that's not enough. Now we have to turn things around and get revenge and oppress heterosexuals, men, anyone who's not an oddball like us. And all you've done is stirred up more resentment, more hatred, created more of the very problems that so many people have railed about for so long. In other words, you have created a golem out of your own seething hatred and thirst for revenge. And now that golem threatens to devour you and undo all the good work that genuine activists who came in with a good heart, who meant well, it threatens to destroy everything you fought for. All because in victory, you never learned when to stop. You just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Pushing up against reasonable people who are willing to live in peace. But eventually, you can only push reasonable people so far before they start doing unreasonable things in response. That is why you must never go past the mark that you aim for. In victory, you must learn when to stop. You must learn when to hit the brakes and say, okay, we got what we wanted. This is where we stop. This is where we lay down our arms. We beat our swords into plowshares. And we go home and live our lives in peace.
Also likely that the strict immigration policies will likely be re-evaluated, allowing for more long-term resident and citizenship opportunities. Japan may have to increasingly rely on immigration to sustain its economy, which may lead to a much less homogeneous society. How this will all impact Japan's cultural identity is something that really depends on lots of different things. But if I could guess, I can imagine that there will be a loss of certain customs and traditions, or certain beliefs will start to become much less prevalent in modern society. Despite these changes, I'd like to think that Japan's deep-rooted traditions may still continue to thrive in new forms, blending the old with the new in a way that is uniquely Japanese.
These are just my thoughts on where Japan might be headed based on current trends, but what do you think? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Do you see Japan embracing more global influence or maintaining its cultural core? Thanks for watching, until next time.
A little bit of both, I would say. Bye. Good content. Good shit. The internet hates this. Oh, no, no. Not falling for the rage bait. Sorry. No. Right. Let's see. While we're on the subject of Japan, why don't we head to Tokyo and stay in an expensive capsule hotel? This one is called the Dormy Inn Korakuen. Little preview of what's to come. Looks like a nice place. Aqua Balance Home. Like good food. This was filmed October 30th of last year. At Korakuen Station in Tokyo, Japan. Very hustle-bustle place. Korakuen Okazuka is in Bunkyo in the city of Tokyo, located less than 10 minutes from Tokyo Station by train. And just a few minutes walk from the Korakuen station is the Dormy Inn. Dormy Inn is actually fairly popular and widespread hotel chain. This one offers not only regular hotel rooms but also capsule hotel rooms for more affordable stays. We booked a capsule The cameraman did for about a little over 8,000 yen, approximately $56.70 US. A little bit expensive for a capsule hotel, but a hotel for living. I think this will work. Oh, Dormian also offers long-term stays. That's nice in case you need to stick around for a while. Let's see. A little over 8,000 yen a night. That may sound expensive for a capsule bed, but hotel prices in Tokyo are starting to skyrocket, especially as of filming. Inflation's a bitch. Separate men's and women's capsule areas, as you do, because a capsule hotel unit is never fully closed off to the rest of the hotel. But, as we'll see here, it's a high-quality, roomy capsule. You choose an upper or lower capsule. Our cameraman got an upper one. Capsule bed comes with a personal desk and a little extra space. You can close the door. You can't lock the door, though. Let's see, what's this? Oh, extra long shoehorn. A mirror. Got 3 hangers. One which holds a bathrobe. There's our lighting. A desk lamp. Complimentary bottle of water. Tissue box. Let's see. Combination cable locks for a suitcase. Which is good because the door can't be locked. But that'll keep your suitcases safe. Also got a, what he's calling a vault. A safe box, basically. Got power outlets. So we've got on the side standard AC outlet. And then these, we've got 2 USB-A ports, and I believe that these 2 are supposed to be USB-C. That's what they look like anyway. Which is helpful, rather than having to go out and buy different adapters or chargers. You just got your USB cables, and you plug those in. I love that personally. It makes it so much easier as a traveler. Which reminds me, I need to get a few different chargers for USB devices. We have a tuffet, or a stool. Small rubbish bin. An amenity bag. Looks like we've got some towels in there. 3 different sizes. Slippers. Those will likely not fit large feet. Those are for tiny Japanese feet. Then here's our ladder / staircase that leads up to the bed. With comfortable lighting. Does feel rather futuristic, flat screen telly. Got a built-in alarm clock in the wall there. So use that in addition to your phone, or just use that. Or just your phone. You know, it's your choice. You're the traveller. Free country. Does look rather comfy, doesn't it? Cozy, even. Like a bed on a spaceship. And there's even a curtain you can pull down. Either part way or all the way. Remember, chat, no smoking in any of these. And, yeah, these are also supposed to be quiet spaces, so don't take any phone calls. A lot of times it could be the middle of the day and someone's sleeping in the capsule next to you, and these walls can be rather thin, so they will hear your conversation. So if you have to take a phone call, do it outside, do it in a lounge area, something like that. Don't take phone calls in a capsule hotel room. Regular hotel room is fine, but not here. The walls are just too thin. Ah, now we come to our control panel. You find these in a lot of Japanese hotel rooms. A sort of integrated unit where you've got alarm clock, adjustment of lighting, light and fan switches, maybe a dimmer switch for some of them. And then especially for capsule hotel units, there's no audio coming out of the television. You have to plug in earphones. Those sound like very satisfying clicks. Ah, this is also what you set your alarm for. There's an emergency torch, which sort of fits. Hasn't been used in a while. You can tell it's got some dust on it. Power outlets, earphone, remote control for the television. Oh, it's like a session of Parliament. Live broadcast from the Diet. Right, 7:49 p.m. Time to take a short walk to a nearby restaurant. McDonald's? Nah. Let's go for a steak. Want something a bit more primo. Opened in 1970, Steak Sengoku. Most popular steak chain in the area. Let's go inside and have some proper steak. Started off as a small restaurant with 29 seats in Kasuga and Bunkyoku, Tokyo. They've got steaks, Hamburg steaks. The signature is suteba, which derives from steak and Hamburg, like a cross between the two. That looks like, what is that, corn soup? Ordered it with a soup and rice set meal. Yeah, you know what, that doesn't look half bad. Suteba steak with potato fries, corn, onions, tomato sauce and cheese. Hopefully it's actual tomato sauce and not just some sort of ketchup variant. They cut the beef into small pieces, mixed with an egg and the secret sauce. And hey, presto, you got suteba. It's softer than steak, but the texture is a bit harder than a Hamburg steak. That sounds like quite the art form. But our cameraman devoured it in no time. Amazingly delicious. They also run a tonkatsu restaurant right beside the steak restaurant, so if you're in the mood for tonkatsu pork or shrimp cutlets, anything like that, there you have it. That does look tasty. I do love me a good tonkatsu pork cutlet. Right, back to the hotel. The Dormy Inn's got a public bath, which is open until checkout time. Damn, now you got me hungry for that. Sorry about that, Stan. Large public bath with a sauna. Good times had by all. Can't film in there, though, for obvious reasons. But after a bath, free ice cream! Hell yeah! You can choose from Calpico, soda, and Hershey cream. They opted for Hershey's. Heaven for ice cream lovers. That does look rather tasty, I must admit. Also some vending machines selling milk and coffee and probiotic drinks. Bacardi Sweat, Vitamin C, Suntory Highballs, Strong Zeros, Kirin, Asahi. But they don't check your age. Honest system chat, don't buy booze unless you're 20 or 21, whatever the age is. Used to be 20. I think they raised it up to 21. Oh, we got some picture books here in the library that children can enjoy. Looks like they've also got some manga. Comfortable recliners. Looks like a massage chair. Oh yes, and everything's free to read. Just put it back when you're done. Though I think it's all going to be in Japanese. I don't think they offer any sort of English language. Though they might. Depends on the property. Feels good, isn't it? And back hurts. Don't do it too much. Yeah, I made that mistake before. Right. Anyone fancy a night ramen? 9:30 to 11 PM, they offer free ramen noodles. That looks tasty. This is a nice hotel. Most hotels in Japan are actually quite nice. It's like a standard soy sauce ramen. Hell yeah. Bamboo shoots, green onions, nori seaweed. Smells good too. Free water. They give you both ice and water at the same time. They've also got a hot coffee dispenser. Get water, boiled water, green tea. Right, itadakimasu. The ramen is reportedly very good, tasted high quality. Even if you miss the time, you'll still have a chance. You're going to receive free cup noodles from 11 PM to 1 AM at the front desk instead. So, some sort of ramen is available. And there's even a seat in the lift. It says, have a little break. Near the front desk, they're free to take amenities. Looks like combs and toothbrushes and the like. There's a money exchange machine. All you can drink coffee and tea near the front desk. Now let's take a look at the washroom and toilets. Because you're not going to have a bathroom in your capsule unit. You have to go down to the communal bathroom. Looks immaculate though. High quality hair dryers from Panasonic. Quality hair brushes. Got some hair tonic and aftershave that you can use in case you don't have any. Nice looking urinals. Toilets. Flip up the lid as soon as you approach. Yeah, Toto washlets. Best of the best. Cleanse your arse in style. Honestly, these need to be a worldwide standard. Oh yes, and you can also make flashing sounds so you can disguise your pooping sounds. This is a mini freezer with a lot of ice packs in there. I didn't even think they made something that small. Ah, earplugs, yes, you will need those. And also strips to open up your nasal passageways. Please make use of those, especially the earplugs. Ah, trouser press. In case you need to press your trousers, or you know, take some sort of troublesome individual and put the testicles in the trouser press. Teach him a lesson. 400 megabits. Surprisingly fast Wi-Fi. Bed's got enough space, you don't feel cramped. Raiders, welcome in! Action Bastard, how was your stream? How are you doing? Raiders, if it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm English nobleman VTuber, first-gen member of Runic Sigils. Stream went great, that's good. Here, let me get you some shout-outs. What were you streaming, my friend? Ah, playing Helldivers 2, fighting for democracy, or something like that. How was Helldivers? Everyone do make sure you follow Action Bastard. And, maybe also consider him for if you need any sort of editing done as well, because without Action I would be quite lost when it comes to editing a lot of my streams for highlight reels and such. Very helpful in that regard. And his comms are open, reasonable prices, so please consider Action Bastard for all of your editing needs. Though maybe not too much. I would like to very much still turn to him for editing, so let's not make the queue too long, but still, you get the idea. Commission him, but don't overdo it. Yay, editing shout-out. Yes, that's right. But anyways, welcome in. Raiders, if you need to raid and run, totally understand, do the normal after-stream care sort of thing of, you know, get up and stretch, grab something to drink, something to eat, that sort of thing. Yeah, please, feel free. Totally understand. But anyways, if you're just joining us right now, we are seeing a first-person account of a somewhat more expensive capsule hotel in Tokyo called the Dormy Inn Korakuen. And we just wrapped up the first day. Got some free ramen out of the deal, in case you ever get hungry late at night, from about 11:30 till midnight or 1 a.m. They serve free ramen. One of the great perks of being a guest at the Dormy Inn Korakuen. Yeah, Pinball Spire was great. Killed a Bile Titan in Helldivers for the first time, so there was that. Hey, awesome. Let's see, and I believe we're supposed to be waking up to the next day. Yes. And we wake up, we're just coming out of a morning bath. 6:20 a.m. And hey, they got free probiotic drinks and popsicles. You should get a lot of freebies. So maybe a bit more expensive than the average capsule hotel, but you get a lot for your money. Breakfast looks pretty good. Quite a buffet to choose from. More bang for the buck and whatnot, exactly. Despite being a breakfast, the meals are luxurious, almost like a dinner. That looks pretty hearty. Looks like they've got tofu, some grilled mackerel, cheddar and chicken stew. Haraka rice bowl with salmon and salmon roe. Japanese, Chinese, Western dishes. Get an omelette. Also get a fried egg, sunny side up egg. Got some bread, rice, sweets and vegetables. Anyone want dessert with their breakfast? Just check my Twitter. Devs who made Pinball Spire gave my post a like and a repost. Hey, let's go. Ooh. Milk and carrot juice. What else is red carrot juice? Orange juice? Oolong tea? Damn, look at all that food. You eat all of that, you can practically skip lunch at this rate. Salmon and salmon roe rice. Looks good. Yakitori chicken with vegetables. Got mapo tofu. Omelette. Probably omelette rice if I had to guess. Salad with root vegetables. A mushroom miso soup. A half-boiled egg. And some tofu. And some bean cakes. Those are actually really good. Tokyo smoothie. No, it's just snow carrot juice. Couldn't stop our appetite for this buffet. How do you half-boil an egg? You know, you just boil it, but not all the way, I guess. Probably more like a poached egg than anything else. Or maybe it's something to do with the timing and the temperature. I don't know. I've had half-boiled eggs. I'm not much of a fan. I'd much prefer like a properly poached egg. If I'm going to boil an egg, I want it hard-boiled. Alright, time to leave. Safe to say this capsule was comfortable. The hotel itself was awesome. Quality items, lots of freebies. Definitely coming back here again. Hell yeah. Right, we take a subway train and head for Tokyo Skytree. Takes about 25 minutes from our hotel. Got off at Oshiage Station. And stepping into Tokyo Skytree Town. There we are. Tallest building in Japan, 634 meters, or about 2,080 foot tall. Damn, that thing is huge. And go up to 2 decks, and lower deck is 350 meters, or 1148 feet. Higher deck is 450 meters, or 1476 feet. Let's go up to the 350 meter deck. Shouts in American, damn right, better show me the feet, not whatever a meter is. Paid 3,400 yen to go up to both decks, so about $30 US. Excuse me, I better try that in an American accent. Give me a moment. You're damn right, you better show me the feet, not whatever a goddamn meter is. How was that? Welcome to the sky of Tokyo. Yes, welcome to the sky, everyone. High above Tokyo. What a view. Look at that. Oh, brilliant. And at night, the views are even more brilliant. Like, literally full of buildings. It's like a magic. I give it 10 barbecues out of 10 Texas Roadhouses. All right, I'll take it.
Next up is the Tokyo Skytree. Floor 444.
Now we go to the highest deck. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And here we are. We're closer to the clouds than the city below. It's like we're flying. Again, like a magic. Definitely not for someone who's scared of heights. Tokyo said they have the highest density of buildings in the world. Yeah, I can believe that. Still, that's one hell of a town. Down below is Asakusa, one of the most popular tourist destinations in Tokyo. It's like a different spot when seen up there. I think that's Sensoji Temple. Ah, here we go with the glass floor. Yeah, this is definitely not a spot for people who are scared of heights. Might need to walk around this if you're scared of heights, but, you know, don't worry, it's got like... This is like super reinforced safety glass. Actually, I don't even think that's glass, it's probably like a heavy-duty plastic. Or polymer of some kind. But yeah, oh. Easy to get a little bit nervous with something like that. But anyways, that's the video. Rock, scissors, paper. 1, 2, 3. Scissors! Good way to confront acrophobia, though. Yes, indeed. We are going to give that a like. Have you ever checked out the Japan real estate vids? I've checked out a few. We can definitely look up. You're talking about the ones from like Tokyo Portfolio or Shumatsuo? I mean, I get these all the time. The YouTube shorts from Fang Tokyo, which I'm just going to go ahead and admit already. I've got a little bit of a crush on the Fang Tokyo girl. She's so cute. Honestly, can't remember the guy's name, but it's usually in shorts format. I know Shumatsuo does. He does some shorts. Is it this guy? Oh, and you've also got Ziv Nakajima McGinn's channel, Japan Real Estate, which must have been subscribed to my old account, but yeah. Yeah, Shumatsuo, I've had a chance to talk with him, and he is he's actually quite he's a good man. It was good talking to him. Houses of Japan is one of them. Let's look that up. Got Palo from Tokyo. Am I subscribed to Palo? I'm not.
If you're visiting Japan, you're probably going to visit a shrine or two.
I like Palo's videos. He makes some good content. Maybe if we search for this. Ah, here we go. Houses of Japan. Cheap, luxurious house. 93K. Only in Japan.
In the scenic city of Fukuyama, Hiroshima Prefecture, I found a delightful traditional Japanese house perfect for a serene lifestyle. This 10-bedroom wooden home, built in January 1926, offers a spacious living area of 248 square meters on a large 1,816 square meters of land. The well-maintained property features a beautiful garden, a 5DK floor plan, modern amenities like a
There's a urinal,
a large bathroom with a warm water washing toilet seat, and attic storage. The quiet residential area, lush green surroundings, and easy access to public roads make it an ideal home. With parking for 2 cars, each room is generously sized at 6 tatami mats or larger. Fukuyama City is renowned for its lush greenery and tranquil landscapes, offering a perfect...
Now that's something else you have to keep in mind, chat, whenever you're shopping around for a home in Japan, is most of the rooms are measured by tatami mats. I mean, for 93K for an old-fashioned home, that ain't bad. Yeah, especially in that condition. You have to bring all cash to the deal, but, yeah, not bad. Actually, there's a tremendous opportunity. And I've been saying this to a few people here and there. The way the regulations are, it is incredibly difficult to start up your own bank in Japan. However, it is much easier to start a local community credit union. There might be an opportunity for someone to start lending money to a foreign clientele, because it is nigh on impossible to get a mortgage unless you are a Japanese citizen or permanent resident. Really, I didn't know that. Yeah, well, it's the same in the United States. It's easier to set up a credit union than it is a bank. Banks are often very heavily regulated. Community credit unions, they don't have as many boxes they have to tick off because they're not operating in any sort of statewide and nationwide capacity. It's usually just, something local to a town or a city, and oftentimes to a highly specific clientele. So, possible opportunity. Do a bit of fundraising, do a bit of capital raising from large entities, maybe a private equity firm or something like that. And, hey, presto, you got your seed money to start up a local credit union and start making mortgages.
Blend of rural charm and modern convenience, making it an ideal place for those seeking a peaceful connection with nature. In the scenic city of Fukuyama.
Not too bad. You know what? We're going to give that a subscribe. Looks like they're mostly YouTube shorts. There we go. This is what $35,000 gets you in Japan. This one's from Shumatsuo.
This is what $35,000 gets you in Japan. This place has 4 bedrooms and is within an hour of central Tokyo.
It's overgrown.
From Kashiwa Station, which is the second busiest station in Chiba. You're not going to find anything like this within 60 minutes of Tokyo.
It's a bit run down though, Shu. Not going to lie. This is going to need some TLC.
There's an entrance of the side of the house. You see a kitchen, living and dining area. There's a toilet over here and a tatami room that
old style toilet and doesn't have the washlet.
Looks like it's in decent condition. Wait a minute, there's another door here. Maybe this is the main entrance. Anyway, let's go back inside. Wow, look at this old school bathtub. This house was built in 1958, so
okay, that's not bad. That all stainless steel. I could go for something like that.
It's considered old in Japan. Let's go upstairs. I'm a little scared to find out what's up here. Let's see. Well, it's just more rooms. Oh, and check out this view. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. There are some really good looking houses in this area. It's one of those abandoned houses in Japan, but the purchase price is only $35,000. So what do you expect?
Yeah, you're probably going to spend at least that much getting it back up to good nick, but that's why it's in that condition. Built in 58, going to need an entire refurb. Yeah, you're probably looking at getting a loan of at least 35 grand just to be able to hire, contractors and people to come in and fix it all up. It's yeah, that's going to need some work.
It's rebuildable, so maybe you could demolish this, build a duplex like this, and turn it into a cash-flowing asset.
There's a thought. That's actually not a bad idea. Build a duplex. Just knock that old thing down and put up something new. Foundation, plumbing, electricity, not to mention the earthquake proofing. Yeah, structure built in 1958. And the thing of it is, with a lot of the building codes in Japan, they make the earthquake proofing standards retroactive. So you kind of have to, at some point, do all that. Otherwise, you're probably subject to fines or something like that. There's no real grandfathering in of older structures. The idea was that we have to make it to where not everything is falling down in the next earthquake. And let's just be real. A big one hits Tokyo or near Tokyo. This thing's going to fall down. It's just going to become rubble on the ground. So yeah, probably better off taking Shu's advice. Buy it, knock it down, build something new in its place. Probably something that fits the foundation. And yeah, turn it into something cash flowing, turn it into a duplex where, do like a house hacking thing where you live in one of the duplexes and you rent out the other one. If you take out a mortgage for it all, have your tenants on the other side pay your mortgage. Which is weird because they build houses for quality, but they only last for 30 years before they're restructured into something new. See, I don't know if they really... A lot of the older structures, I don't know if it's quality per se. I use air quotes that you can't really see. Yeah, I don't know. We use the term quality loosely. It's rather subjective anyway. But yeah. Those are fun to look at. Japan giving away houses for free? Really? No, not really. You still have to pay something to get them. Oh, this guy's pretty cool. I've seen some of his stuff. Let's see. 55K renovated Japanese house tour.
This is what $55,000 can get you in Japan. This
Not
spacious
bad.
single-family house has 4 bedrooms and 2 baths, and it's just 2 miles from the U.S. naval base in Yokosuka. This house was built in 1992, but the inside was renovated in April 2024. The first floor has a spacious kitchen and dining area, a bedroom, a toilet room, and a bathroom area. Let's go take a look upstairs. The second floor starts with another toilet room, 2 more Western-style bedrooms, and a Japanese-style tatami room with a balcony. You get this view of the neighborhood. Oh, I forgot to show you the view
Not much
from
of a
one
view,
of the
but it's
bedrooms.
all right.
Since it's up on the hill, you get this beautiful view.
Hey.
This house is a 13-minute walk from Kenritsu Daigaku Station. The owner is going to do
13 minutes,
further
not bad.
minor renovations to this place and will put it up for a rental for $600 to $650 per month. Would you...
Damn. Gosh, the rental, that... I mean, it... Whoa. $600 to $650 per month rent for all of that. You're lucky you even get a shoebox for that much money. Well, you can't even get a shoebox for that much money. In America, the UK, most of the Western world, this is a bargain. I mean, it's Yakosuka. You're right there in Yokohama, probably, I don't know, short train ride to Tokyo. At most, it'll take you about maybe 60, 90 minutes to get over to Tokyo. But even then, you don't have to because it's Yokohama. There's lots of things to do there. And it's a haven for expats, especially with the military base. So yeah, not bad at all. Give that a like. Well done, Shu. Yeah, let's, maybe some of you have seen these on the internet.
9 residents have moved out of this property in just 1 month. We're here in Osaka to uncover the mystery. Nearby is a refreshing, beautiful river and the Natural Museum of Art. It's in a prime location with a visually appealing building. Why do people keep leaving? Let's find out. Come on in. Let's start the tour with a shoe cabinet and a kitchen.
Maybe because they don't have the Fang Tokyo girl to welcome them
I would
in.
consider this enough. Further in, we found a 12 square meter room fit for solo living. We're on the 15th floor. I love how the air flows through. Wait, I can't find a reason anybody would leave. Maybe this is it. Never mind. Just a closet. Now, let's explore the wet area. We found a space for your washing machine and the bathroom sink has a pull-out faucet. All fixtures seem clean and well maintained.
Nice.
We couldn't pinpoint any issues, so we reached out to the property management company. Their response? All 9 residents moved out due to job relocations. That's it! 9 residents have moved out of this...
Well, if that's all, then. Blue sky. Is it haunted? Nah. Welcome in, Arsenio. But yes, confirmed, his lordship has a tiny little crush on the Fang Tokyo girl. I think she's cute.
I want to live with my partner without paying too much, but I don't want just an ordinary apartment. Come on in. Let's begin with the shoe cabinet. It will hold a lot since it has 2 parts. There's a full-sized mirror behind. The living room is 17.8 square meters. The dark-colored walls exude a chic and relaxing vibe. What's this? There are blocks under the glass table in the shape of buildings. How playful. I absolutely love it. This bedroom is 7.3 square meters and this tatami area is 9.7 square meters. It boasts a unique type of lighting. The spacious storage unit has enough space to store large kotatsu tables and stove heaters. We found a shelf over here. It would be nice to set up a dining table in this area. Moving on to the kitchen. The counter kitchen design lessens the hassle of serving dishes. There's ample cooking space and a 3-burner stove, and let's not forget the dishwasher. Back in the hallway is the toilet and wet areas. This one-of-a-kind property has 2 bedrooms and is perfect for couples. Additionally, it's only a 30-minute train ride to Tokyo Station. I want to live with my
30 minutes to Tokyo Station. Not bad. 17 minutes away by train from the nearest station. Every time I hear Blue Sky, I think of System of a Down. I just think of... Every time I hear Blue Sky, I think of securities filings. Which is usually you have to submit a couple of forms as part of a Blue Sky filing anytime you do some sort of private stock offering to accredited and sophisticated investors. I had to file those quite often as part of my job working at an old firm. But yeah, Fang Tokyo US, everyone go subscribe to them. They find some interesting apartments and houses to they can rent out. And, you know, they obviously have English language programming, so they are catering to a foreign clientele. I do notice that a lot of their properties that they showcase on videos, like, you know, let's go back to this one. Let's see. 2 LDK. Yeah, this one's more expensive. So this one is about $187,500 US. Still not bad compared to American real estate, but you know, it can be a lot. Let's see what else they have. Let's go to Fang Tokyo's website.
A property that gives you a strange vibe. Today we're here to see a colourful property in Nakameguro, 10
That's
minutes
amazing
from Shibuya.
compared to California or New York. Yeah, really.
Cute. Click on the icon and find the perfect room from the link on our profile. Come on in. First, we have a closet and a 10.5 square meter dining and kitchen. The room exudes a calming ambiance and the kitchen has a compact layout. Onto the wet areas. It's well equipped with a washlet installed toilet, bathroom sink, and the bathroom. We found a space for your washing machine. The stairs leading upstairs may be a bit of a challenge, but let's go! Come over here. At the top of the stairs awaits a 13 square meter bedroom. The floors of this room are made of mats. Compared to wooden floors, these mats will provide insulation against the cold. Over here we found some storage space. For some reason, the room numbers on the doors of this building open like a little hatch. Doesn't it kind of remind you of...
It's a prison door!
You know, a property that gives you a...
10 minutes from Shibuya Station on this one. 4 minutes away from Nakameguro. 1 DK. Yeah, see, this one's even more expensive. $250,000. And you get less space and amenities compared to the last place we looked at. If only teleportation was a thing, could go to work locally, then teleport home to Japan. I know, right? Not quite in the Star Trek century yet, but, you know, maybe someday. Yeah, I love her. She's so cute. I think most of the time people just watch the videos just to admire Fang-chan, just because she's so cute. That's what we don't know her real name or anything like that. It was just, I've nicknamed her Fang-chan. Ah, here's something in Ikebukuro.
The hallway in this property doesn't have the newest look, but it's a property perfect for couples, especially those working in Ikebukuro. Click on the icon and find the perfect room from the link on our profile. Come on in. Let's start the tour with this shoe cabinet and a 13 square meter living room. The floors have gentle colors that create a relaxing atmosphere, and the adjacent room can serve as a bedroom. Plus, both rooms are south facing, ensuring plenty of sunlight. The open balcony offers stress-free relaxation. It's a great place to unwind after a long day. Next up, the kitchen. It has enough space for a wide cutting board and a 3-burner stove. Cooking will be a breeze here. Follow me to the wet areas. It's a shame that the toilet is out in the open. But hey, this property is close to Ikebukuro. It's a 4-minute walk to the station, which is a pretty impressive location. The hallway in this...
Let's see how much they want for one of these. Okay, this isn't bad. 1 LDK, 162,500. I mean, it's really not terrible. Construction built back in August of 1988. You're up on the 5th floor. Yeah, I gave that a like. I've actually seen this one before. I like that. Let's see. What else should we look at? Got more capsule hotels here. And we also have, oh yeah, I wanted to get to this one. What happened to your favorite vintage hi-fi brands? I'm a little bit of a stereophile, chat. I remember the days when you used to have these rather tall, stackable tower units. And absolutely brilliant sound. And then things just started to change. You know, everybody started opting for the sound bars and, you know, for these little Bluetooth portable speakers, and that was about it. But I still remember the glory days when, you know, you had fantastic brands that built even more fantastic hi-fi systems. And it could be rather fun to mix and match. Let's find out what happened to him.
And even the premises. This looked to be the end of...
Maybe let's start at the beginning? Christ, this is a long one. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing, chat. Ah, yes, soundbars. Bigger scam than chocolate underwear. There's some good ones out there. I mean, I've got a Samsung one that's in storage, and it's always produced excellent sound. Nakamichi, known for their high-end audiophile equipment, they made a soundbar. I think they still do. And, yeah, sound on that one's excellent.
Have you ever wondered what happened to all those vintage audio brands from the 1970s and the 1980s? And I mean, what really happened? The real story that they're probably not telling you. Well, in this documentary, I'm going to expose what happened to all these major brands, including Sansui, Akai, JBL, Techniques, Marantz, and even Bose. You won't hear the real story anywhere else.
They made some fantastic
stuff. I've uncovered countless secrets about the history and downfalls of different hi-fi companies from the 1970s and the 1980s. Well, I've compiled them all, exposed and uncovered everything about them, and I'm putting it in this one documentary. And let's start with one of the most mysterious stories in hi-fi history, and that is the unreal story behind Akai. He mysteriously disappeared. 80 million completely gone, and he was never found. Akai was once one of the largest hi-fi companies in the entire world. Their Tokyo factories employing over 100,000 workers, surpassing 40
back when Japan still made a
sales.
lot of stuff.
Then overnight, Akai was gone. Here is what happened. Akai was founded by Masakichi Akai in July of 1929 as a manufacturer of radio components and electrical parts. Masakichi's business expanded rapidly through the 20s and 30s. His eldest son, Saburo, grew up in the factory and later enrolled himself in night school at the Tokyo Institute of Technology to study electrical machinery. As Akai grew, they expanded in the production of electrical motors, due largely to Saburo's new expertise in electrical engineering. The new business generated by the production of electrical motors allowed the father-son team to move their facilities from their backyard premises to a larger factory in Kamata in 1933. Everything was going great for Akai until the onset of World War II, where only 10 days after getting married in 1939, Saburo would get drafted. During the war, Masakichi needed to sell off all his equipment and even the premises. This looked to be the end of Akai before the hi-fi company even got started. Everything was bought by a company called Sawafuji Electric. After the war ended, Saburo came home to find the company sold, but his father secured him a job as part of the sale with Sawafuji Electric as an engineer, thanks to his schooling. Business was still booming, and so good that by 1947, Saburo raised his capital investment in the new firm, bought back the Kamata plant from Sawafuji, and changed the name of the company to the Akai Electrical Company.
They got it all back. Good for him. Yeah, I'd imagine World War II wasn't a good time for that part of the world for obvious reasons. Yeah.
1948, Akai started selling phonograph motors. At this time, technology was changing rapidly and there was a demand for higher precision record players. And Akai would accept that challenge by upgrading the technology of their phono motors. Akai was one of the few medium-sized companies to export goods without going through a wholesaler. Saburo
they made some damn good phonographic record players.
Electronics. The headline, "Why Not Buy Akai Technology?" generated several inquiries from various companies, including Roberts Electronics. Roberts presented Saburo with an overwhelming demand for literally anything Akai was producing, and both Roberts and Akai's business started to rapidly grow. Saburo was curious as to what Roberts was doing with their products. In response, Roberts sent Akai a tape recorder. Technicians at Akai would quickly look this recorder over and build their own in response. They sent the new Akai-built tape recorder to
They're just like, fuck that shit, we'll build our own, we'll build it better than ever.
Roberts. And in response to that, Roberts was quick to ask them to start manufacturing for them. And in return...
They get it back, and Roberts is just like, yeah, that's a shite in comparison. Yeah, why don't you guys just kind of take over from here? Since you seem to really know what you're doing.
Roberts would handle worldwide sales. In 1954, Akai built
They'll sell the things, you build the things.
The AT-1. The AT-1 came as a kit for the consumer to build. A very simple design, the AT-1 was a tube reel-to-reel whose chassis was built with heavy-duty steel, and it had a fairly simple belt and motor design.
Sturdy
stuff. The AT-1 would be followed by the Model 900, which was even more well-received. Orders started flying in, and because of the immense sales, Saburo decided to journey to the US to further study the market. He quickly realized that he would need to up the quality of his product to sell in that American market. In 1957, Akai introduced the deluxe mono version of the 900 and a stereo version the following year. At this point, Akai started to have a firm grasp on the market, and 1958 would also be the year that Saburo finally took over the role as president of Akai from his father. During the late 1950s and early 1960s, most music listening consisted of listening to live performances, the radio, and the record player. But Akai was promoting the pleasures of listening to tape recordings, and the fact that, unlike other music sources, the listener could record anything they wanted. 1960 brought the release of the first Akai and Roberts co-branded tape recorder, the Duet 191 FT. This was a mono recorder with an external amplifier and speakers. Akai tape recorders would continue to be branded Roberts in the US market, and despite the wide range of other recorder manufacturers, Akai's sales were exceptionally high. Throughout the 1960s, Akai would continue to
probably had to brand them Roberts because Akai sounded too foreign and too Japanese, and you had a lot of people that are, yeah, a bit sore over that whole Second World War thing.
Make a reputation as a producer of premier audio tape recorders. Now, 1962 brought the debut of the Akai M7, which I have seen branded under both the Akai and the Roberts names, followed by its successor, the M8, in 1964. Akai equipped them with the new X-Field magnetic recording system. The X-Field system was from when Akai adopted Tandberg's crossfield recording technologies, the use of an extra tape head, to enhance high-frequency recording. These two models sold over 160,000 units in just 4 years, and it firmly established Akai as the leader in the tape field. In 1970, Akai set up Akai America in the States. Akai wanted to brand their products under the name Akai going forward instead of Roberts, as their franchise for North America was set to expire in 1971. Akai would continue a relationship with Roberts going forward for certain products. Akai then would debut their first full line of tape players at CES later that year. This lineup included models already in production as well as several new models as well. Here's a look at many of the Akai reel-to-reels made during the 1970s. Let me know in the comments which ones that you have owned or wanted to own. Akai had several reel-to-reels during the 1970s, including the 4000 series. They also had the X series featuring standard permanent.
Yeah, usually when you think of old reel-to-reel tape players, Akai is one of those brands that springs to mind. I mean, it worked for Sony, yeah.
Alloy heads. This series included the 1800 series, the 2000 series, and the X5000.
Whoa, let's go back here. Gosh. It's like you've got reel-to-reel tape, and it also has the ability to play 8 tracks. Not bad.
Series, the 2000 series, and the X5000. As an improvement over the X series, Akai released the GX series.
And that classic wood paneling, yeah.
This series includes the GX.
Love me some wood paneling. They really need to bring that back.
X200 series, the GX300 series, and the GX620, 630, and 650.
Look at that grain of wood. Gives me wood just thinking about it. I mean, what?
50D. Most of the reel-to-reels were 2 tracks, but if you see an SS after the model's name, that means they were 4-track reels, like the GX280D SS, the 130D SS, and the GX400 DSS. Akai also made a few DB models which included Dolby noise reduction built in, such as the 4000 dB, the GX6.
That was a game changer. A lot of people don't remember that there was still the issue of a lot of hiss and background noise captured on reel-to-reel tape. I mean, for the time, this was the absolute best of the best audio format, was open reel tape. And especially the thicker the tape and the more tracks on it, the better. But there's a problem that a lot of times there'd be a lot of hiss. You know, it's kind of quiet, staticky sound that could get in the way of hearing whatever was on the tape. So Dolby Labs came up with special tech that they would license out to manufacturers of tape decks, whether they were reel-to-reel or compact cassette. And it would act as a special filter that would get rid of that hiss, that low-level noise, to allow for a clearer audio experience. And it was the standard. I mean, nobody else came close. You had some other systems out there, but Dolby was best of the best. And from there, they grew to, you know, design different types of stereo sound reproduction for film, and you know, they pioneered a lot of the original surround sound formats and systems that we know today. Yeah, I mean, it's just they were it, just because they're best of the best.
600 dB and the GX 630 dB. Now, several of these models featured built-in speakers, 8 tracks, and even cassette decks. The letter D after the model signified it's just a deck without an amplifier or speakers. The finishes for these reels were available in wood,
you needed an
and
amplifier
leather on some
too.
models. Now, this was signified by the W or the L at the end of the model number, so that you could pick which one you
The
wanted.
mignon.
As you can see, Akai during the 1970s
The filet mignon
paved the way for tape
of tape
recorders.
decks.
They led the market, and they would continue to do so into the early 1980s. New models in the 1980s and Akai tape decks from the 1980s tended to hold up better over time. They featured shiny faceplates and were just some of the best looking decks ever. Akai even made
Oh, yeah, they
tape
were.
recorders like the highly regarded Pro 1000 and incorporated some modern or futuristic designs like the popular GX77. An attempt to bolster
Yeah, GX77. I think I've
some
seen this
modern
one
or
before.
futuristic designs like the popular GX77.
Yeah, look, even got a remote control. I mean, it basically looks like the same approach for playing compact cassettes, except they have that look and feel for open reel tape. Or as I like to pronounce it, fillet mignon. That's a heck of a deck, yeah. That is one posh looking tape deck. It still looks like tech from the future, only available today. And all these buttons and switches and knobs. I love that. We need to bring back more of this. We need more switches and buttons and knobs. Everything's too swipey today. Everything's so swipey. I don't like it.
An attempt to bolster flagging sales by the now declining reel-to-reel marketplace, Akai came up with this striking, small...
Hell yeah. Now there's a hi-fi system. Look at that. More tactile feedback, less screens that crack at the sight of a loud fart. Yeah. Yeah, sterner stuff like this. Look at that, yeah. Got the record player up on the top, next to the flowers, and you got your wine or your brandy over there. Got a nice stack of records that you can turn to. You got your reel-to-reel. Got an amplifier, tape deck. Yeah. Then you got the speakers, hidden off in the corners of the room. Yeah, this is fine hi-fi living here. It's not just gourmet sound, but it's also gourmet decor. For people who know and love good audio.
An easy-to-use machine that would, with its 7-inch reel capacity, fit...
Yeah, look at the old CRT. And proper earphones, yeah. Proper headphones right there. Well, I bet that's like maybe a quartz lock direct drive turntable or something like that. Maybe a... Yeah, they definitely don't make them like they used to.
fit into almost any hi-fi console, much like a cassette.
And is that the... Yeah.
7-inch reel...
That's the Le Corbusier chaise lounge that this lovely lady is relaxing in. That is not a cheap chaise lounge. I think that's still about $2,000.
capacity fit into almost any hi-fi console, much like
the Akai Cube. Complete system right here. CRT television. I think that's a VCR? Or maybe it's a Betamax, I don't know. Reel-to-reel tape player. Turntable. Looks like an amplifier. Equalizer there at the bottom. Stereo switcher unit. And compact cassette player. Full system. All it's missing is a CD player. But then again, those wouldn't come out until late 80s.
a cassette deck. The GX77 was available for
And speakers. Ah, yes. Don't forget about the speakers.
silver or black and
Ooh. That is one sexy looking tape deck in black. Yeah. If that tape deck were a woman, oh! I'd like to get my hands on her ample reels of open reel tape, if you pardon the audiophile parlance.
Retailed for about $800. But the most famous Akai reel-to-reel tape decks ever made, and the final in production for Akai, were the 600 series and the renowned 747. The 600 series consists of the GX625, the GX635, the GX636, and the GX646.
Gold! You know, it's the best of the best when you got something with gold accents on it.
You can typically find this series at a less expensive price tag than the 747, with only a few less features.
The jumbo jet of open reel tape players.
RC70 remote. I know you thought I was going to say it was some recording feature.
Infrared ray wireless remote control unit, the RC70T. That is a nice looking remote. That is like a remote that a Bond villain would have. It's like, yes, before I kill you, Mr. Bond, you shall listen to this open reel tape player as we play a selection from Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, captured in 4-track stereophonic sound. Or, excuse me, quadraphonic sound. Ah, yes, Goldfinger. I can die a happy man having listened to that.
But no, the remote was more fun. Now, in a previous video at our old location, we took this remote to the streets.
Behold the sound of the Capitol burning as we descend via airship.
To see how far of a distance that it would work from. All right, Cole, head back. Keep going. Oh, this is so cool. At Monica's desk. Oh, behind the desk. Go in the bathroom.
That's a thing of beauty, it is. Ah, oh, those VU meters. Woo! That blued steel on the reel.
Coming in at a whopping...
Oh. Never thought I'd be sexually turned on by a reel of tape, but God almighty. That is a thing of beauty right there, chat.
46 pounds. This Akai GX635D takes no prisoners. With its 62 dB signal-to-noise ratio, a 0.04% wow and flutter, and a total harmonic distortion at only 0.5%, the only thing that could make this better would be a remote control. But reel-to-reels don't have remotes, while this one does.
Hell yeah. That's a good one too. That's satisfying. That click. That click. We got to hear that click one more time. Yes. Oh. Love that click. That is a solid, satisfying click. That is a sound of something that just works.
From downtown. Ha, ha, ha. This remote is brand new, so we're gonna see how
new
far
in
this
box.
remote works from.
New
right,
old
Cole,
stock.
Head back behind the desk. Go in the bathroom. It works.
Still works even from the loo.
Take it out on the street.
Still works. Across the street.
Works from the middle of the street. Now, the last tape recorder manufactured by Akai, the Akai GX747,
They don't build them in range like that anymore.
The previous Akai 646 and its previous versions, but it's probably the most well-remembered tape recorder of all time. Now, the standard version was available in silver and black with LED meters,
that is
but
some
the DVX
range.
version was only available with VU meters.
Look at that. Oh, all black. Mm. Mm. And that digital display. The digital counter. Yes, chef's kiss. God, that looks good.
But also in silver and black. Akai also made some great hi-fi components
in
the late 1970s and early 1980s, such as the AM2650 that was featured in one of our previous catalogs.
Yes. You know, frankly, chat, you can never have enough VU meters. I love these meters here. Love that. I love this analog tuning for... Yeah. Oh, that looks good.
And Akai's biggest receiver of all time, the AA1200, which we featured in our recent video where I tried out every monster receiver from the Stereo Wars era. During the 1980s, Akai, like many other brands, were also building VCRs. I mean, it makes sense. A VCR is more or less just a reel-to-reel with video heads. Akai would build the very first VCR with an on-screen display, the Akai VS2. Originally named the interactive monitor system, it displayed the system information directly on the TV, and this invention would eliminate the need for the user to be physically near the VCR to program a recording, read the counter, or perform other features.
That was revolutionary for its time. To be able to put all that up on a television screen from your VCR made things so much easier.
A few years, all competing manufacturers such as Sony and JVC adopted this technology. Akai would start manufacturing a lot more audio-video equipment in the mid-1980s. Everything from TVs to camcorders.
I know we had a Mitsubishi VCR that was like that. And then after that we had a Sony that was, that had that sort of on-screen display capability. Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. We thought we were living in the future.
In the mid-80s, Akai focus was going digital. Much like many other companies, due to production costs, they started moving production out of Japan. The products that follow would be cheaply made mass-market rack systems. Sold as matching components, you could get an entire rack system consisting of an amplifier, a tuner, a CD player, a cassette deck, turntable, and even storage for your vinyl.
God, look at that. Yeah, when you think of hi-fi, you think of systems like that. Maybe not necessarily with the equalizer, but that is just sauce for the goose right there, that equalizer. All those knobs. You can get as finicky as you want with it. And then you have room down at the bottom to store all your vinyl records. You got these fantastic looking speakers. God, you look at that, it's like, is it live or is it Memorex? Who cares? It's beautiful.
All for the price of one high-end audio component. It took hi-fi mainstream, but it was more mid-fi. Now, Akai was still building some high-end products during the 1980s and early 1990s, like the Reference Master series.
Oh, God. Reference Masters, that's like, I think that was like the prosumer brand. I've always loved prosumer grade equipment. Stuff that gives you just enough of the professional grade settings and amenities, but it's not too advanced. It's still something that is approachable from a consumer grade. God, look at that. This is more along the lines of what I'm familiar with. Everyone seemed to, 70s and early 80s, a lot of things were still analog, a lot of stainless steel, lots of wood. And then as you went towards the end of the 1980s, you started to get this. Everything in black. Everything in basic black. The stacker tech, yeah. And this is quite familiar to me. You had amplifier and stereo AV unit. Oftentimes, the tuner would not be separate, but integrated into this down here. You would have either single or dual tape deck, compact disc player, sometimes a CD player with a changer, so it could hold like 5 or 6 discs, and then turntable on the top. And then settings so you could plug in your television or your VCR, and then later on your DVD player, your Laserdisc player. Yeah, thing of beauty.
This was considered a handsome yet rugged system, with cutting-edge technical innovation such as multi-stage noise shaping digital to analog conversion. There was also the AM series, which was the tier right under the reference, which featured a much higher build quality than a typical stereo of the 1990s. This would be comparable to, let's say, a Sony ES system. But unlike these high-end reference systems, most of their audio Sony ES systems.
Oh. Yeah, there's a Sony digital audio tape, a DAT deck. This was around the time, chat. I don't know if all of you probably don't remember DAT tapes, but I do. This was an audio format, didn't last for very long, mainly because record companies didn't want anything to do with it and probably did their damnedest to try and crush it because there was no copy protection. But a few companies, Sony included, came up with the DAT format, which stands for digital audio tape. Basically, same concept as a Philips compact cassette. So your standard cassette tape, except instead of an analog signal being put on there by a magnetic tape head, it was an all-digital signal on magnetic tape. The same general format as like what you had for DV cam and mini DV videotapes back in the day, where it was a digital signal being put on an analog medium. Yep, that'd do it, yeah. Trouble was there was no copy protection, so basically you could transfer music from like a compact disc to a digital audio tape and have little or no loss in fidelity. And yeah, record companies did not like that. And so there was pressure to kill it, and eventually they won out. And not only that, but it was one of those things that started out and stayed as a high-end audio format. Never saw widespread adaptation to like automobiles, to home stereo systems. It was something that started in the high end and stayed there. And record companies already had investments in CD technology and in cassettes and also in vinyl, and they didn't want to make the change.
But unlike these high-end reference systems, most of their audio division was focused on those full audio rack systems because there was just a larger market and an even bigger bottom line. This was the last of Akai's product line, at least to my knowledge from what I could find. So what happened? Well, to find this out, we're going to have to look to the top of the company, the chairman, James Ting. In August 1993, James Ting, CEO of the sewing machine maker Singer, gave a breakfast presentation to a group of investors at the Four Seasons Hotel in Vancouver, Canada. He was trying to raise $850 million in a mix of common stock and zero-coupon bonds. He told them what he was going to do with their money. The sequence of events was a bit complicated. The securities were to be issued by the Canadian holding company Ting controlled called Semitech Corp. Semitech would send money to another Ting-controlled entity, this one based in Hong Kong, called Semitech Global, later renamed Akai. With the cash, the Hong Kong company would leverage Singer's brand name and global distribution network into a Japanese-style conglomerate. They would make not just sewing machines, but washing machines, cassette players, refrigerators, you name it. The scheme won the underwriting endorsement of two distinguished investment banks, and Ting got all his money. 6 years later, in 1999, all the money was gone. Singer's successor to the respected 19th century manufacturer went into Chapter 11 bankruptcy in September, and its 18,000 employees left to wonder what would become of them. Ting, now 72 years old, was last known living in Hong Kong, and he maintained that Singer was the unfortunate victim of the Asian debt crisis. But there's more to this story.
No, I'm thinking Ting just kind of stole everyone's money and ran away.
The story starts in the early 1970s as Shanghai-born Ting immigrated to Canada from Hong Kong to study engineering at the University of Toronto. He worked as a janitor to finance his education and started Semitech Corp. in 1981 as an assembler of personal computers. Ting struck it rich when his accountant introduced him as an assembler of
How interesting that he chose a picture of a computer with the title Pied Piper.
Personal computers. Ting struck it rich when his accountant introduced him to Hong Kong billionaire Stanley Ho, who was looking for investments outside of Hong Kong. By then, Ting controlled two companies, the Canadian Semitech Corp and a publicly traded Hong Kong subsidiary in which it had a 42% stake in, called Semitech Global, or Kai. The other 58 of Semitech Global was owned by the insiders, including Ting, and by the public. At the time, Singer was a conglomerate controlled by the corporate raider Paul Bilzerian. Founded as a sewing machine manufacturer in 1851, Singer had long since diversified into the aerospace and electronics business. By the time Ting came calling, it was beginning to sell off pieces of its sewing machine business, which included both factories and a worldwide collection of retail outlets. But the brand had value, and it was recognized the world over.
That's what I fucking hate about these corporate raider types. Just buy up anything and everything, they'll make a profit, and then they break it down into a million pieces and sell it off. It's just like, it's like they're buying and selling baseball cards or something. They don't even look at them as like proper companies that are making proper things. They're just... fucking hate corporate raiders, man. All they've done is just left a trail of destruction in their wake, and most of these mergers and acquisitions, they don't even work anyways. It's like, what does a manufacturer of sewing machines have to do with aerospace? I mean, really, what are you doing getting into that? Yeah, they're like vultures. Can't tell if it's ironic or just funny. Maybe a bit of both.
In the late 1980s, Ting reassembled the Singer empire. He incorporated it as Singer NV in the Netherlands and tucked ownership into his Hong Kong-based holdings company, Akai. Then in 1991, he took Singer public. He listed the shares on the New York Stock Exchange. Now, Ting cut costs at Singer by moving the manufacturing of sewing machines out of Brazil and Italy to China. In 1992, he bought a stake in Sansui,
so many other people,
a Japanese amplifier maker, for $58 million. If you want to find out more about Sansui, check out that video. Then he purchased Akai,
where's the video?
A Japanese manufacturer of low-end video and audio equipment at the time, for $172 million. And he also purchased Konghua, a Hong Kong-based television set maker, for $300 million. Most of the operations were currently losing money, but Ting figured that Singer's huge marketing operation, 13,000 outlets, and 7,000 door-to-door salesmen would come to the rescue. Within a few years, Ting had transformed himself into a tycoon, best known for being chauffeured around in Rolls Royces. He presided over the company, now with sales above $2 billion. But while Ting micromanaged, he failed to include his outside directors in such important corporate decisions as acquisitions. Ting's empire began to unravel after the Asian devaluations of...
He's not a micromanager, he's just a control freak. A control freak who's so neurotic he doesn't trust anyone. And that is no way to run a company.
1997. Ting announced a sweeping reorganization, including firing 5,000 Singer workers over 3 years. Singer reported a loss of $238 million for 1997.
Gosh, I can't imagine why.
Singer was in real trouble, but Ting spent all its cash as if there was no tomorrow. And that same year, Ting also had Singer shut down a money-losing furniture maker that was also owned by Semitech Global. And that same month, Semitech Corp of Canada filed for bankruptcy. The only entity that seems to have survived is Ting's Hong Kong company, Semitech Global, otherwise known as Akai. But in 1999, even Akai would break into two. Akai and Akai Professional, which is their pro instrument division, started back in 1984. It then emerged that a year earlier, James Ting, the chairman of Akai, transferred ownership of Akai and Sansui over to Grande Holdings, which get this, was also owned by James Ting. Liquidators would come to find out that since 1994, with the help of his accountants, Ernst & Young, Ting had stolen over $800 million from Akai. Ting would later be imprisoned for false accounting in 2005, and his accountants Ernst & Young would negotiate out a court settlement for over $200 million. Akai filed for insolvency in the year 2000, owing
so-called Big Four accounting. They'll practically help you get away with murder if you cut a big enough check. Thieving bastard.
creditors over $1 billion. Ting then fled to Canada to avoid investigation by Canadian and US authorities, and eventually he was forced to return to Hong Kong, but left for China to avoid being investigated by Hong Kong's regulators from 2000 to 2003. Now in
Yeah, that's... You want to escape the regulators in Hong Kong and the West, you just flee into China. Got all sorts of scam artists in the mainland. Lol, for real, yeah. This is something that is fundamentally broken, I've discovered, about Chinese culture. It's sort of their original sin, is that a bedrock portion of their culture, you go back and you look at their literature, their folklore and everything, and so much of it is built on deception. You know, putting one over on the other guy. It's this weird combination of Sun Tzu, Art of War, win without firing a shot, and also deceive anyone and everyone and conceal your true intentions at all times. You know, the heroes of so many Chinese folklore stories, they win through deception. They win through cheating and lying. And so, when you have that as part of your, or in Wukong's case, just beating him with a stick. Yeah, when all else fails, just beat him with a stick. It's the one thing that I've noticed about Chinese culture. And I even talked about that when I was over there doing some international study with a gentleman who was born in China but spent a lot of time hopping back and forth between China and the US. I was like, you know, I've noticed this about a lot of Chinese culture and a lot of, you know, just sort of doing a 50,000-foot view on a lot of the folklore and a lot of like children's stories and whatnot. It's like, have you ever noticed this before? It's like, oh yeah, no, it's almost ingrained from childhood, almost from birth. That's just how it is. It's like the winners aren't so much people who you know, do honest work or put out an honest product or service. It's more of a, you know, who can you fuck over on the way to the top? It led me to, you know, I did an MBA program, so we weren't really required to do any sort of master's thesis, but if I did, well, a few of the papers I did write about my studies abroad were about how so much of the economy and so much of what I saw was everything done for appearance's sake, and so much of the economy is like the fake Rolex watches that get peddled in in back corners, dark alleys in the major cities of China. Gotta be Lurkins for a bit, be right back. Alright, action.
2003, he was forced to return to Hong Kong, where he was later arrested and investigated by the Hong Kong Police's Commercial Crimes Bureau. And on June 29, 2005, he was convicted to 2 counts of false accounting and was sentenced to 6 years in prison. But after serving only 1 year, Ting's conviction was overturned by Hong Kong's Court of Appeals, and he escaped retrial in 2006, then escaped another in 2007. Ting, now 72, is nowhere to be found. He's completely disappeared, and he has $800 million with him. And Akai wasn't the only company that
Bad guys won in that case.
mysteriously vanished. Now, let's check out the rise and fall of Technics. Technics, the illustrious hi-fi brand positioned on the razor's edge of technology for generations, one day vanished. What caused their epic rise to the top, and whose fault was their turbulent fall? And could they...
We had a Technics turntable growing up. It was an SL73. It was not the famous SL1200 direct drive. This was a belt drive turntable. My dad owned that one. Gosh. Bought it brand new back in... sometime back in the 70s. We finally had to scrap it when the motor finally burnt out. And it would have cost us more just to get the new motor rather than just get a new turntable, which we did for a while.
Ever rise back up from the ashes? Here's what happened to Technics. Technics, a subsidiary of the Japanese giant Panasonic, was founded in 1965 by...
Yeah, 3 big names under one company. You had Technics, Panasonic, and National.
By Matsushita Electric Industrial Co. From its
Panasonic, it was originally called the Matsushita Electric Company.
Techniques aim to push the boundaries of audio fidelity, setting a new standard for sound reproduction. The brand's early products, including amplifiers and speakers, quickly gained recognition for their superior build quality and performance. The birth of Techniques marked a turning point in the audio industry. Matsushita recognized the growing demand for high-quality audio equipment and decided to create a separate brand dedicated to catering audiophiles and music enthusiasts. Thus, Techniques was born and embarked on a journey to
For a long time, if you were a DJ, especially dealing with vinyl records as part of your trade, it was almost a requirement that you have 2 SL1200 Technics direct drive turntables. That was the gold standard, and still is to a certain degree, the gold standard of turntables. If you didn't have that, you weren't worth your salt.
redefine what was possible in sound reproduction. In 1965, Technics made its debut under National Panasonic as the Technics One loudspeaker. The Technics One loudspeaker was a sealed 2-way speaker system with a power rating of 12 watts into 8 ohms.
I think my dad had an older, or slightly younger version of this one. He had some Technics speakers. Actually, I think we still do. Big ones. There were smaller ones before, but yeah. Sorry about that, chat. Some people have no appreciation or regard for my own passion projects.
It proved to be a successful product, and the early triumph paved the way for Technics to continue its journey of innovation and introduce
speakers.
more groundbreaking products. Just a year later, in 1966, Panasonic unveiled the Technics 20A tube amplifier. This stunning amplifier boasted a powerful 80 watts per channel.
God, look at those vacuum tubes. A Technics amplifier with Toshiba vacuum tubes. That looks gorgeous. Work of art it is.
An impressive feat for its time. It featured 20 pentode tubes and utilized OTL circuitry, enhancing the overall performance and fidelity of the sound. To complement the Technics 20A amplifier, Panasonic also introduced the Technics 10A preamplifier the same year. The Technics 10A preamplifier incorporated negative feedback circuitry, a revolutionary design element that reduced distortion and expanded the dynamic range, providing music enthusiasts with...
Still, could you imagine having to swap out those vacuum tubes? Oh my. Because those things, I think they only last about as long as a light bulb. And then when they go out, your unit doesn't work anymore. You got to get a new vacuum tube. And those things can be expensive to obtain, especially these days. But that was just how things work in the days before the microchip.
With an unparalleled listening experience. The year 1968 marked a significant milestone as Panasonic decided to combine the Technics 20A amplifier and the 10A preamplifier into a single integrated amplifier, leading to the birth of the Technics 30A. The 30A was an improvement over its predecessor, the 10A, featuring lower distortion and an improved signal-to-noise ratio. It also introduced a newly designed RIAA circuit, elevating the fidelity of vinyl playback. In 1969, one year after the Technics 30A, Panasonic unveiled the Technics 50A, a solid-state integrated amplifier that represented a Panasonic unveiled the Technics.
God, look at that box. That is incredible. Yeah, the unit itself is a thing of beauty. But man, look at the graphics on that box. I know I'm like the kid at Christmas time. It's like, I don't even care about the toy. I play with the box. I mean, look at it. But they don't put graphics like this on cardboard boxes anymore. That is incredible.
Technics 50A, a solid-state integrated amplifier that represented a departure from tube-based technology. The 50A retained the timeless aesthetics of a classic Macintosh amplifier, complete with a green backlight and distinctive glass faceplate.
That's name of the name of the brand he's talking about is an incredibly high-end hi-fi manufacturer called Macintosh. Yeah, they're famous for having this sort of black acrylic front with these green filters on the lighting. But yeah, I think Technics might have done it first. I don't know.
Amplifier was a testament to Technics' commitment to both innovation and design, even though it kind of looked like a Macintosh. However, it was the product introduced 1 year later in 1970 that would become the catalyst for the company's trajectory over the next 5 decades. The 1970s were a defining era for music, with rock and roll, disco, and the beginnings of electronic music taking the world by storm. For the discerning audiophile, it was also the age of high-fidelity sound systems. At the center of this hi-fi revolution was Technics, the audio brand introduced by National Panasonic. While the 1970s saw the rise of various audio equipment brands, few could match the innovation and craftsmanship of Technics. In the realm of flagship products and innovations during the 1970s, Technics stood out remarkably. The early part of the decade was marked by the release of the Technics SP10 turntable, which was no ordinary record player. Representing a groundbreaking approach, it was the world's pioneering turntable to feature a direct drive motor. Its unmatched precision, coupled with a robust performance, resonated deep.
Yeah, you can see the progression here. Ah, here we go, the SL1350. Okay. Interesting bit of info about this one and why it's got this super long metal bit here in the center chat. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the single vinyl record players, but at one point there were some manufacturers that had what were known as stackable record players or record changers, where you could put a stack of vinyl on the top here. Now there's a little mechanism that would drop the record down onto the platter, and usually it had an automatic moving stylus arm that, you know, would move away, record would drop on the platter, then would move back and start playing a new record. And it would keep doing this until it ran out of records. And usually it were good to, you know, stack like, 4 or 5 records on one of these turntables. But yeah, it was, yeah. It was it's quite the interesting system. Back before we had iPods and digital playlists and everything like that, you had stacks of records, and they even had tape changers and then later on CD changers.
Deeply with audiophiles worldwide. Further amplifying its appeal was its adaptability, with the brand offering a range of optional add-ons, from custom tone arms to elegant wood bases and protective dust covers.
Good.
As with any brand pushing the boundaries, Technics found its share of controversies. One notable incident was the skepticism surrounding this direct drive turntable
Technics Direct Drive. Radio stations use it, discos abuse it. And now you can get it in virtually any kind of turntable you want, because Technics puts direct drive into more kinds of turntables than anyone else.
technology. Traditionalists believed that the belt drive system was superior, with its ability to absorb motor vibrations. However, Technics' innovation in direct drive mechanics eventually gained acceptance, proving that it could provide consistent speeds and reduce wear and tear. However, Technics did not stop there. 1972 heralded the introduction of the revered 10,000 series. Notable.
Oh, God, look at those speakers. Those things are works of art.
Components of this series, like the SU-10000 preamp and the SE-10000 amplifier, became stalwarts in the brand's lineup, renowned for their superior sonic output. Not to mention those incredible 10,000 speakers that just look absolutely wild. The 1970s, a transformative era for music and audio technology, witnessed the introduction of a turntable that would go on to become legendary, the Technics SL-1200. Launched in 1972,
goes up to 11. Hell yeah.
Technics, the SL-1200 wasn't just another turntable, it was a masterstroke in precision engineering and design. With its innovative direct drive mechanism, it offered unparalleled speed stability, reducing the common distortions experienced with belt drive systems. It rapidly garnered admiration not only from audiophiles for its impeccable sound fidelity, but also from DJs for its robust build and consistent performance. The SL-1200's sleek design combined with features.
Yep, this is it right here. This one's the SL-1200 Mark II. You've got height and anti-skate adjust. Got weights in the back here on the tone arm. Pitch adjustment knob right here. Later on, it had the ability to lock in place and do additional adjustments. They can play 33 and 45 RPM records. Gorgeous. Oh yes, and it's also got that precision quartz lock mechanism.
Features such as pitch control and a durable tone arm made it a feature in both home audio setups and the club scene. Its introduction marked a paradigm shift in the world of turntables, setting new standards and laying the groundwork for its continued legacy in the world of audio equipment. Technics was not just about producing great products, they were also about breaking new ground in audio technology. And one of the significant innovations in the 1970s was the development of the Class A amplifier system, which delivered cleaner, more robust sounds, reducing distortions and setting new standards of audio clarity. As the decade progressed, 1977 emerged as another landmark year for Technics. This was the year the brand unveiled two of its masterpieces, the SU-A2 preamplifier, celebrated for its all-stage Class A operation, and the SE-A1 amplifier, an embodiment of powerful and intricate amplifier design, effortlessly delivering a staggering 350 watts per channel.
God, look at those heat sinks. Heat sinks everywhere. Huh. Was going to stick to cassette tape as the main form of music source, but I guess I should have done more research. There's a lot of different music formats to choose from. You might look at Techmoan here on YouTube. He's got some interesting deep dives into alternative audio formats. And also video formats, too.
Channel. In the days of the 1970s stereo wars, the Technics SA1000 emerged not just as another contender, but as an unparalleled behemoth, casting a long, distinguished shadow across the audio landscape. With a staggering power output that dwarfed even its eminent siblings in the Technics SA series, such as the SA600 and the SA800, it was the SA1000 that became the stuff of legends. This era witnessed the release of some of the most iconic receivers, with the Marantz 2600, the Sansui 9090, and the Pioneer SX1980, each carving their niche, presenting listeners with a symphony of unique features. However,
mostly meant for my universe because DVD and CD were barely made as well, and well, the ones made were destroyed on the travel over.
the SA1000 resonated on a different frequency. Its staggering 330 watts per channel showcased its unmatched prowess, creating soundscapes that seemed richer and more expansive, while the Marantz 2600 was celebrated for its elegance and the Sans.
Yeah, we got to go back and look at that.
And
Hang
more
on.
expansive, while the Marantz 2600.
Marantz quartz-locked stereophonic receiver. Model 2600. Oh, look at that. That is cool. That was like an oscilloscope for whatever sound was being piped through the receiver. Oh, that is beautiful. All these finely milled metal buttons and switches. Damn, this is pretty.
Was celebrated for its elegance and the Sansui 9090 for its finesse. The SA1000's extremely low harmonic distortion of 0.03% stood out, delivering clarity and precision that was unparalleled. Even the Pioneer SX1980, my favorite receiver, with its own revered clarity, seemed to play second fiddle to the impeccable engineering of the SA1000. One thing was clear by the end of the decade: Technics won the stereo wars. Technics solidified its legacy not merely with its famed turntables and receivers, but also with its meticulously crafted reel-to-reel tape decks. Models like the RS1500 and the RS1700 became staples for serious audiophiles, lauded for their mechanical precision and sonic clarity. With gleaming brushed metal finishes and robust build quality, these machines were as much a visual statement as they were sonic masterpieces. Beyond the decks themselves, Technics also introduced accessories that enhance the reel-to-reel experience. Their precision-engineered NAB hub adapters ensured tapes spun true and even, while the RP9110 dust cover protected these cherished machines from environmental wear and tear. For those desiring greater control from a distance, the RP9690 remote control became an indispensable tool. And for the traveling audiophile,
wired
really
remote control,
the RP9100 Road case, which I literally just learned about, offered robust protection, ensuring their beloved reel-to-reels remained pristine even when on the move. For many, owning a Technics reel-to-reel such as the iconic RS1500 wasn't just about possessing a playback device. It was about holding a piece of audio artistry. And as the world transitioned into newer digital formats, the allure of the revered Technics reel-to-reel masterpieces remained untarnished, echoing an era of unparalleled audio authenticity. The 1970s were undoubtedly a golden era for Technics. The relentless push for innovation combined with an unyielding commitment to quality set them apart. While the SL1200 turntable and the SA1000 receiver often steal the spotlight, it's essential to recognize the breadth of Technics' contributions during this decade, laying the foundation for the brand's legendary status in the audio world. As the 1980s unveiled a blend of neon lights and sweeping cultural revolutions, the world of music and audio technology witnessed its own kind of renaissance. Between the rise of the compact disc, the Walkman, and the personal computer age, Technics emerged as a brand that melded innovation with artistry. The Technics SL1200 series may have entered the 1980s with an unbeatable reputation, but it wasn't alone. Alongside it was the Technics SL10, a direct drive turntable that was as sophisticated as it was compact.
Yes, this was... These are what are known as linear tracking turntables. So instead of having a tone arm, it's still got the direct drive motor, but it's got a stylus that just sort of goes in this on a linear form, on a linear plane. Hence the name linear tracking. So it tracks with the vinyl, but it stays on this straight line. Beep boop. Hello, Ashlyn. Good to see you.
Renowned for its sleek design and horizontal playing capability, the SL10 further solidified Technics.
Yeah, that's another thing with these linear tracking turntables. Some of them, you could actually stand them up vertically and they would still play. They even put them into a few models of boom boxes. It was an incredible sight. Hello, my lord. Hello. Good to see you. How are you?
Prowess in the turntable domain. Then there was the upgraded SL1200 MK2 with its quartz-locked pitch slider, cementing its place in nightclubs, radio stations, and audiophile collections globally. The 1980s weren't just about vinyl, though. They marked the dawn of the compact disc. And just as they had done with turntables, Technics made their mark with CD players. Enter the Technics SLP10, a representation of the brand's commitment to embracing the future. This CD player wasn't just about playing digital discs, it was about delivering exceptional audio quality, emphasizing Technics' expertise in both old and new formats. The Technics SUV series amplifiers personified the audacious spirit of the 1980s. Units like the SUV6 and the SUV8 stood tall, but they were more than just powerhouses. They were symbols of audio precision with a clear and consistent output. They became essential for those who sought audio excellence. In a decade filled with innovations, Technics wasn't just focusing on the source of the sound, but also on how it was delivered. Their SST-1 speakers were a testament to this. With their unique design and emphasis on linear phase technology, these speakers aimed to offer sound that was not just heard, but felt, ensuring that music wasn't just a listening experience, but an immersive journey. Innovation was Technics' watchword of the 1980s. Computer-controlled systems emerged, linear phase speaker systems evolved, and direct drive turntable technology reached new heights. Technics was not just part of the 1980s audio revolution, they were often leading it. Yet, success is often accompanied by scrutiny. As Technics forged ahead, debates arose. The sound quality of certain devices, including some CD players, became points of contention among purists. And with a broad product range, the brand faced its own identity challenges, constantly balancing between professional DJs and home-based audiophiles. As the final decade of the 20th century dawned, the audio landscape braced for seismic shifts. Digital technologies were no longer on the horizon. They were very much here, and their influence on audio was undeniable. Against this backdrop, Technics, Panasonic's venerated audio arm, sought to blend its esteemed legacy with newfound innovations. During the 1990s, the Technics SLPG series rose to prominence, emerging.
Yeah, this is very much 90s tech from the looks of it. It's, it's a bit bland, isn't it? It's no longer, you know, the work of art that it used to be. This is just sort of bland, almost like a kitchen appliance or something. It's not as sexy as the old ones.
As a trusted line for CD playback. Two standout models from this range were the SLPG 440 and the SLPG 490. The 440 was admired for its reliability and ease of use, making it a favorite from those transitioning from vinyl to CD. Meanwhile, the 490, often deemed as a workhorse, was notable for its direct optical readout and mash 1-bit conversion, offering listeners a detailed and dynamic sound signature. Together, these models help reinforce Technique's commitment to delivering quality digital audio experiences at an affordable price. The SUV series continued to be a dominant force in the 1990s, with models like the SUV 470 and the SUV 7 resonating particularly well among audiophiles. The 470, for instance, was lauded for its VC4 amplifier system, delivering a warm and rich sound. On the other hand, the V7 showcased a unique design and boasted a bevy of features that set it apart, reinforcing Technique's capability to blend aesthetics with functionality. Technique's commitment to vinyl was unwavering. Even in the digital-heavy 1990s, the decade saw the rise of the SL1200 MK3 and the specially crafted SL1200 MK4, a testament to the brand's enduring love for analog sound. As Technique strived to serve both analog and digital
they remember to dance with the ones they brung.
Products like the SL-PS770 CD player and the Technique's SL1200 MK6 turntable were a prime example of this balancing act. The turn of the millennium saw a deluge of audio brands, often offering competitive features at reduced prices. Technique's higher-end models like the SA-GX530 and the SA-DA10 were often compared against more budget-friendly options for emerging brands, compelling Techniques to defend their premium positioning. With the rise of devices like the iPod, there was a clear market shift towards portable audio solutions. Techniques, historically known for its stationary audio systems, responded with products like the Techniques SL-XP505 CD player and matching headphones. These models were Techniques' nod to the on-the-go consumer. As the 21st century dawned, the music industry underwent seismic shifts. The 2000s were not just about new gadgets and gizmos, they represented a fundamental change in how people experienced and engaged with music. Techniques, rooted in a rich history of analog excellence, found itself navigating these choppy waters of change. At the heart of this transformation was the digitalization of music. CDs had already marked the beginning of this shift in the late 20th century, but the 2000s accelerated it. File formats like the MP3 became household names, compressing music into easily shareable and downloadable units. This convenience, though a boon for many, posed challenges for brands like Techniques, which had championed the full rich sound of analog formats. Platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, and Pandora began to dominate, changing not just how we listen to music, but also how we discovered it. The album culture, where one would sit down and immerse oneself in an artist's vision from start to finish, began to wane in favor of playlists and singles. For Techniques, this meant rethinking product lines and functionalities, shifting focus from standalone players to integrated systems compatible with streaming technologies. While vinyl saw a nostalgic resurgence among aficionados, the broader market moved away from tangible music formats. Digital libraries and cloud storage made vast music collections
that was a mistake.
and easily accessible. Techniques, with its legacy rooted in turntables and physical sound systems, had to innovate and diversify to stay relevant. As the 2000s drew to a close, a palpable melancholy descended upon the audio community. The horizon darkened for Techniques, a brand that had for decades illuminated the world of high-fidelity sound. In 2010, a somber announcement sent ripples across the globe. Techniques would cease the production of the revered SL1200 turntable.
I remember that. That was a horrible, horrible move. Absolutely. That was so stupid.
To many, this wasn't just the end of a product line, it felt like the fading notes of a beloved symphony. The SL1200, with its iconic design and unparalleled performance, had been the linchpin of countless musical memories, from house parties to professional DJ setups.
Yeah, and everything that was left in its wake was shite in comparison. Nobody made a turntable as good as Techniques did. I mean, nobody. Certainly not for, you know, a halfway decent price point. Yeah, I mean, they were not cheap, but they also, I mean, they left a huge hole in the market when they left. It was awful.
It's a testament to the brand's commitment to unmatched quality and its enduring bond with music lovers. Behind this heart-wrenching decision were mounting challenges. The brand, despite its storied legacy, grappled with adapting to a rapidly evolving market landscape. External pleasures, from emerging technologies to fierce competition, had taken their toll. But it wasn't just about market metrics. It was the end of an era, a chapter closing on a tapestry woven with passion, innovation, and dedication. As turntables spun their last records and Techniques logos dimmed in stores, the world mourned their loss. But deep within, fans held on to hope, whispering tales of possible resurgence, dreaming of a dawn when Techniques would rise again, reborn from its...
Be right back, Chad. And we're back, chat. Sorry about that. It's going to make this editing a bitch.
Its own legacy. It wouldn't be long after this that several factors would lead to Panasonic shutting down the Technics brand in 2010.
Oh yeah, it's also a dumb
The
decision.
2010 saw a rise in the demand for portable audio solutions like Bluetooth speakers and headphones. Brands like Beats and Bose dominated this space, leaving traditional hi-fi companies grappling for relevance. The challenges Technics faced weren't just economical or technological, they were deeply emotional. The brand had cultivated a loyal following over the decades. For many, Technics was not just a brand, it was an integral part of their musical journey. The thought of the legacy brand going under was a bitter pill for the audio community to swallow. Technics struggles during the 2000s offer crucial lessons for both businesses and consumers. Brands must remain agile and adaptable, willing to evolve with changing market dynamics. At the same time, consumers play a vital role in shaping the fate of brands, underscoring the importance of supporting companies that resonate with their values and preferences. Now, 2014 brought with it whispers of nostalgia and anticipation in the audio community, culminating in the much-awaited revelation Technics was making its grand return. This wasn't just a relaunch, it was a harmonious blend of Technics' storied legacy with fresh innovations. Among the standout mentions were the SL1200G turntable, revisiting the brand's iconic history, and the SUG700 integrated amplifier, a symbol of its forward-thinking approach. By weaving the cherished sounds of analog with the precision of modern digital technologies, Technics signaled not just a homage to its past, but a vibrant vision for the future. Now, Technics had a happy ending, but the next brand does not. Sansui.
Yeah, whoa. It's taking forever, chat. We're going to have to stop it here. This thing's over an hour, hour and 40 minutes for this whole thing. Happy ending for Technics. But yeah, may have to come back to this later on. I think now it's time that we switch over to some Yakuza. Specifically, Yakuza Kiwami 2. Come on. There we go. Now, let's see. Let's get Steam opened. Access the library. Turn off a window capture here. Switch our game capture. Real Yakuza user gamepad. What a coincidence, I've got a gamepad. Alright, picking up where we left off. Let's see. We need to go to Purgatory. I like my ramen thick and oily. I don't. Sounds nasty. Wait a minute. Check the lockers. Something's wrong here, chat. Hang on a minute, everyone. Something's wrong with my controller. Yeah, something wrong with the controller. Luckily, I've got a backup. Just this one. King Panzer, hello, hello. Come on. I have to restart the game. No, everything's gone wonky on me. Hang on. Sorry, everyone. Also, my mouse went wonky on me. All right, let's try this again. Come on. There we go. Ah, this is better. My Xbox Pro controller. I think it may have had its day. Alright, now that we've dealt with that lot. Ah! Splendid. Here we are. Oh, Kiryu-san, it's been forever. Hey, Tamada. How goes the info business? Haven't talked to you in a while. Yeah, same old, same old. What have you been up to, though? I haven't seen you around. Yeah, don't live here anymore. Oh, well, that would explain it. Well, if you ever need info, you know I'm your man. I'll cut you a good deal. Still hang around the theatre if you need me. Hope to see you around more. Good to know. Hold up. This is a men's room. Don't worry, you won't see anything. Just stay close. Wait, this doesn't look like a park for homeless people. A shantytown. Yes. Seems not a moment too soon.
ボスは地下の一番奥でお待ちしています。どうぞ。
お兄さん、私と遊びましょうよ。地下にこんな街があるなんて。驚くのはまだ早い。
Yup. A glamorous den of vice. What is this place? You know, it's probably not better not to ask questions. Just follow me.
行きましょう。
Well, 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 if it isn't Kiryu-san, and your lady friend here is his what? Yeah. Nothing. Perish the thought. Yeah, that's probably wise, especially when dealing with her.
Boy.
I've got some business inside. Of course. You're welcome any time, sir. Okay, dramatic opening with the hands.
誰かいるのか。いるのは分かってるんだ。出てきてくれ。
Know that laugh.
待ってたで。キリュウちゃん。キリュウちゃんが仇になってしもうて、この一年めっちゃ寂しかったわ。せやけど、キリュウちゃんなら絶対にこの町に帰ってくると思っとったで。
Goro Majima. The one and only.
何この人。
元登場会島の組の若頭。俺の兄貴分だった人だ。1年前の事件にも絡んでる。久しぶりだな、真島の兄さん。
なんやキリュウちゃん、もう女作ったんかい。このすけこましげ。
誤解すんな。
照れることないやんけ。なあ姉ちゃん。
府警第4課主任佐山薫です。よろしく。
府警4課。姉ちゃんデカなんか。キリュウちゃんどないなってんねん。
それよりどうしてあんたここにいるんだ。
ここの前の親分がいなくなったからや。
花屋が。
What?
花屋。
ああ、1年前ここにいた伝説の情報屋の名前だ。
せや、通称サイ
Florist
の
of
花屋。
Sai.
元警官のおっさんや。なんや情報を渡すときに花束使うてたらそないな名前になってもうたらしいわ。
花屋はどうしてるんだ。
表の人間になったらしいわ。
表？
なんや警察の下請けでカムロ町のモニター映像から情報提供をやってるらしいわ。
All the cameras in Kamurocho always worked for
ある
him.
意味花屋にとっちゃ元の鞘に戻ったってだけのことなんやがね。
つまり警察関係者になったってことか。
そうや。それがきっかけでサイの河原は機能せんようになったんや。そこで俺は真島建設を立ち上げてカムロ町ヒルズの建設事業を請け負った。
カムロ町ヒルズ？
上に立っとったやろうが。バカでっかいビルの鉄骨が。あれがカムロ町ヒルズや。まあ俺のほんまの狙いはそれに乗じてこの地下街を丸ごといただくことやったんやがな。
あんたも意外に頭が回るんだな。
せやろ。で今日は何の用や。
登場会に戻ってくれ。
かしこまって。何アホなこと言うてんねん。キリュウちゃんに冗談は似合わんわ。
本気だ。今の登場会にはあん
Yeah,
たが
nobody's
必要な
laughing
んだ。
because it's not a joke.
戻ってくれ。
お断りや。
頼む。
やめやキリュウちゃん。俺はキリュウちゃんのそないな姿見とうないんや。
頼む真島の兄さん。登場会を救うには真島組の力が必要なんだ。頼む。
しゃあないな。それなら一つ条件があるわ。
なんだ。
He wants a fight, doesn't he?
キリュウちゃんにしかできへん仕事や。
まさか。
せや、トーナメントや。で、引き受けるか。
トーナメント？どういうこと？
すぐに終わる。先にセレナに戻っていてくれ。おい。
Yeah, so where'd the florist really go? Oh. Decided to move up in the world. Literally. He's in Millennium Tower. What? The 50th floor, last I heard. Guy gets stuck underground long enough, guess he starts yearning for the sky. Maybe so. Anyway, you ready for a good old-fashioned face beating? Hit me when you're ready. Maybe I should check in with Komaki before I tackle this tournament. I can probably take him. All the same, let's save our game. Tell me the rules first. Oh, you wouldn't be getting cold feet now, would you? Well, it's going to be you up against three of my best, one after another. That's all it is. Just you and my boys, making a bloody mess of each other. Pretty fun, right, Kiryu-chan? Well, at least I get it now. ready for this? Yes. Let's get this started then.
Ladies and gentlemen, ついにあの堂島の竜がこのリングに帰ってきました。親殺しと言われた10年、その屈辱を乗り越え、この町の危機を救い出した伝説の男、前年度
Quite a summary.
闘技場メイン王者桐生一馬。対するはこのトーナメントで今一番旬な男、勢いに乗るブラジルの超新星ロブソン・カイタノ・ダ・シューバー。さあ1年という時を経て戻ってきたチャンピオン、戦いの女神はどちらに微笑むのでしょうか。今ゴングです。
Digi, hello, hello. Good to see you. How are you? Doing good, just chilling and working on stuff. Cool, cool. How about you? Doing alright? I'm just kicking some ass in Yakuza. I'm going to pause things here real quick. Hang on. Get you some shout-outs here. I've seen playing Phasmophobia, I see. Alright. Yes, but do make sure you go follow Digi. One of my gen mates. With runic sigils. Thank you. Well, you're welcome, Digi.
伝説のチャンピオンは衰えを知りません。さあ、次の対戦者はこちらも帰ってきた伝説の男です。1年前までこのリングに君臨した絶対王者ゲイリー・バスター。
Ah, yes, I remember. Gary Buster Holmes.
そうくしと安楽し奥のみは
Youth, what?
伝説の極道 vs 伝説の元王者、注目の一戦、今ゴングです。
Oh yeah, he's got the mace fists. Complete domination. Ah. Wait a minute. Majima not at his booth. Yeah, we knew this was coming.
きるのは果たして桐生なのでしょうか。今リングインです。
It's like Grey Fox, he lives to fight Solid Snake.
どうや桐生ちゃん、かっこいいやろ。
たくあんただけは読めねえな。
さあ今度は正々堂々勝負しようやないか。
You sure about that? That got him.
さすがキルちゃんや。相変わらずごっついな。
約束だ。登場会に戻ってくれ。
まあ祝いの酒でも飲みながらゆっくり話そうや。
Good man. He's absolutely batshit insane, but he's still a man of his word. Also a testament to his character. You two can fight like hell, and then settle everything over a drink afterwards. I love that. Honestly, we need more men in this world. More people in this world. Men and women. With that sort of mentality. Where am I supposed to go? Maybe Bantam? Or Shellac, or Earth Angel? Where is he? Maybe I should just go to a bar and hope he shows up. Let's see, we'll try the Champion District first. Somebody else needs a beating with a bicycle. What are you running away for, darling? I've had all my shots. Alright. First things first. Oh, sorry, dear. Let's try Earth Angel. Maybe we'll find Majima in here somewhere. Nope. Oh, well. Ah, waiting for you, hun. Let's see. Still got pretty good stuff to choose from here. Yamazaki 12-year-old. Japan's famous single malt whiskey owes its delectably smooth taste to its matured and precisely procured malt. I'll have a bit of that. Oh, one of my favorites, chat. Suntory Old Whiskey, an extremely popular Japanese whiskey. Its bright fragrance and tantalizing texture gives way to a mellow finish. I believe there's one of their more affordable whiskies that's aged in sherry cask barrels. And then we have Suntory Brandy, the pinnacle of Japanese brandy, with an elegant fruity fragrance and buttery smooth taste. My favorite beer of all time, the Premium Malts. Premium beer manufactured to accent the hops and wort for an extravagant flavor. Ah, something else I'm looking forward to when I go to Japan. Tasting the premium malts once again. Let's see. VO. Very old. A nice and affordable brandy. Delivers a taste you won't get tired of. Alright then. Then there's the malts. Bold yet smooth comfort beverage that manages to fully replicate the multifaceted flavors of more traditional beers. Yes, please. And Kyogetsu Green, a famous soju, brewed with refined Korean barley that gives it a silky texture and an invigorating taste. One of each, please. Umaina. Ah, bonus. Drink, drink, drink. Sa, ikuka. Oh, leaving already? Come back soon. As soon as I've sobered up, Mama. And just as soon as I can walk in a straight line again. I'm pushing the analog stick forward, and this is happening. I can't walk in a straight line. I am thoroughly shellacked. Let me see if I've got... Yes.
まあまあだな。食ったな。
Right. Sobered up. That's good.
いらっしゃいませ。
Oh, yes, we've been here already. But I haven't tried some, Glenfiddich. Most frequently enjoyed malt in the world, easy to drink thanks to its distinctive fruity flavour and subtle oak aftertaste. Another round of the malts. Carlsberg, one of the world's most famous beers, loved by approximately 140 countries. A straightforward pilsner that matches well with Western food. And then Beefeater, the classic gentleman's gin, enjoyed in 170 countries, celebrated as a cocktail base for gin martinis. We tried everything else.
Sa, 行くか。
ありがとうございました。
Looks like they've got some nice hi-fi equipment. That almost looks like Macintosh equipment. Of course, knowing an audiophile bar, they probably would have either Macintosh or like old vintage Technics stereo equipment. Probably will even have an SL1200 turntable. Oh no. Right, better get out of here. Ah! Come on, you lot, out here. Oh, is that Kamaki? Yep, it's him. Oh, my prized pupils, so you've chosen to grace me with your presence. Hey there, old man, long time no see. I had heard whispers of a dragon rematerializing in the unkempt streets of Kamurocho. I am pleased to find they were true. I, Sotaro Kamaki, should train you anew. You haven't changed at all, old man. Sounds like you're still pretty active, too. Oh, I may be advancing in age, but my strength shall endure as a mighty river through a verdant mountain. Some rapscallions in white jerseys learned that lesson the hard way when they sought to challenge me for ownership of this lot. White jerseys? Sounds familiar. They are no more, regardless. Now I can dedicate my entire strength to training pupils such as you. Having said that, we've already trained extensively. So, let us first ensure you have not rusted like a blade in the beating rain. Show me your strength. What, you just want me to attack you? No! I want you to focus your energy in combat. That power envelop you. Doing so will draw out the full extent of your strength and elevate your consciousness to a higher state of being. I call this state Extreme Heat Mode. And it's pretty, extreme. You will grow accustomed to it in time. Soon this power shall rise from within you as effortlessly as the sun at dawn. Now, to activate Extreme Heat Mode, press the right trigger when you have a full heat gauge. If your heat gauge runs dry, simply attack enemies to fill it. Now then, I believe it is time for you to prove your mettle. This rabble should be adequate subjects for your newly learned ability. Are you ready, my pupil? Yeah, I think so. Just have to press the right trigger with a full heat gauge, yeah? Right, you are. Actually listening. Now then, begin! Incredible, my disciple. Truly incredible. So that's what you meant by drawing out all my strength. Remember that feeling well. It will prove invaluable the next time you are besieged by hooligans. I shall have another lesson for you in the near future. Now get out there and continue your training. Will do. Thanks, Swordman. Message from the man in black. More troublemakers. Silver plate. I'll take that. Thank you. Right. So, Majima, nowhere to be found in the Champion District. See if he's up Bantam. Any sign of Majima in here? Oh, oops. I haven't drank here yet. Right. Yeah, let's make sure we sober up first. Yamazaki, 25 years old. A limited rare whiskey aged in sherry casks for over 25 years. This process creates the perfect harmony of sweetness and bitterness. Yes, please. Older the better. Yamazaki, 12 years old. Japan's famous single malt whiskey owes its delectably smooth taste to its matured, precisely procured malt. Hakushu, 12 years old. I've had that before. It's good stuff. And there's regular Hakushu. Hibiki, 30 years old. Not just the finest whiskey in Japan, but the finest in the world. Only 2,000 were produced per year, and whiskey connoisseurs would do anything to taste it. And we're going to taste it now. 17-year-old Hibiki. Proud premium whiskey of Japan. The blossoming, lingering taste achieved by blending a medley of 30 different malts. 30-year-old Macallan. Single malt whiskey that's been aged for at least 30 years in sherry seasoned oak cask from Spain and America. Sought after worldwide. Let's see, what else do we have here? Macallan, 25 years old. Single malt whiskey aged for at least 25 years. With an aromatic citrus nose and a hint of sultry wood smoke. Ooh. Ballantine's, 30 years old. Love Ballantine's. Lord of the blended whiskey, aged over 30 years. An unmatchable creation made from over 30 types of whiskies that have all been matured to the maximum.
Kinitaze.
30 years to perfection. What a combo.
Sa, iku ka.
ありがとうございました。
しばらく寝てろ。
I'm trying to go straight, but I can't. I'm too drunk. Where is he? Great, more delinquents.
しばらく寝てろ。
Maybe I should just head back to the park. Maybe this wasn't looking hard enough for him.
しばらく寝てろ。
Hello. That was an interesting name for a hotel. The Hotel Tea Clipper. Seems like you've been doing it big these days, but don't let your guard down. Some boxer's got his eye on you and is looking for a sparring match. He's at Children's Park right now. Whether you accept a run is all up to you. Oh. You know something? I think I should accept that challenge. Though, let's get there quicker. Yay! 5 times traveled by taxi. I'm rewarded for laziness. There we are. Yeah, I'm talking to you, tough guy. The other one I hear is going ape shit around town these days. Rumor has it no one can even land a single hit on you. That sound about right. And what if it does? Good, good. See, I've been getting restless at the gym, so I took my training to the streets. You're my next sparring partner, so get ready to rumble. Oh, dead cat bounce on that one. Do a damn thing against you. Looks like this town found itself a new champion. Take this to commemorate your victory. Hey, steel knuckles. Someone still no? Okay. Usually someone's having a problem over there. And more bottom feeders to contend with. Oh, just run over them. They're dead anyway. The reaction time on some people, really slow. It's like they're all defeated. All the baddies are gone, and then all of a sudden, after the fact, yeah! Help! Oh, that's locked. Is something wrong? I don't know. Just pooped. But you'll feel better if you eat well. Make sure you get 8 hours of sleep a night. Believe me, I sleep like a log. I guess my appetite's been pretty low lately. If only there was some kind of nutrient drink for me. An energy drink might do the trick. I think that's just what you need. Wait, that's... Hey, thank you, thank you. Gil, 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 gil. Huh? What's wrong? Ugh, I'm alive again. That's all because of you. I can't thank you enough, man. Don't mention it. Construction worker is now your ally. And thanks for bringing me back to life, man. Yeah, sure, my pleasure. Yeah. Hang on, what was that? Oh, over here, okay. Maybe we just check. Ah, here we are. All that running around town for nothing. Hey, at least we got some good drink. Nice moves out there. Glad you still got it, Kiryu-chan.
Boy.
I did what you asked. You going to hold up your end? Yeah. Promise is a promise. You really want me back in the Tojo clan?
Yeah.
No. You don't need to rejoin them.
Huh?
What? Changing the terms on me, Kiryu-chan? Only what you said earlier. The Tojo clan can't handle you. You're way more than they could hope to chew. So I just want you to give them a hand. They need your strength right now. Oh, so you want to give them a little juice is all. Basically. Think you can do that for me? Yeah, fine. Not because it's you, Kiryu-chan. But I gotta ask. Is the Tojo clan really so fucked that you'd call me in? Shindo is threatening to split the Nishikiyama family off from the clan. That'd be what, half the Tojo's men? More or less. And with the Goryu clan bearing down on the city, the timing's terrible. Yeah? Oh, this is all setting off my stank detector, Kiryu-chan. I don't feel right. Why do you say that? Can't help but feel like someone's pulling your strings. How so? Well, the Omi captured Ada, yeah? Let's start there. Yeah, right in front of me. That's some iffy shit.
Nani?
Iffy? Seems pretty clear cut to me, but let's hear it. When Terada took the reins, the Omi actually stopped making trouble for the Tojo clan. We were making trouble for them. Really? Then the attack. Then the attack is what's strange to you. Hey, if it was a Goryu power play, maybe it's legit. The crazy fuck will kill you, then steal your pants. But Terada didn't make enough waves to want it to hit. But if it would weaken the clan, they wouldn't take the opportunity. Hey, I've been out of the game a while now. Can't say I know all the fine print. All I'm saying is I never liked the guy. Why not? He's always given us that weak shit about peace and coexistence. And now look, everyone thinks the Tojo clan's lost its sack. Besides what? Terada left the whole clan scrambling around like this. Just goes to show he never had his shit together.
あんた、寺田を信用してなかったのか。
せや、奴は周りで言うほど立派な極道やなかったわ。
どういうことだ。
寺田は自分の言うことに従うイエスマンしか周りに置かんかったんや。俺や
Not a good idea.
柏木のおっさんとかの御三衆は真っ先にのけもん扱いにされた。
柏木さんも。
そうや。若頭代行なんぞ言うとるが、実際はお飾りや。ミレニアムタワーにでっかい事務所作っても、寺田の命令なしには一切動くことはできんかった。俺はそんな寺田のやり方に嫌気がさして組み割ったんや。
まさか寺田がそんな男だったとは。
まあ、人の腹ん中までは探れへんちゅうことや。
Yeah, sorry, Kiryu, but you picked a bad one there. That was a bad egg.
気ぃつけなあかんね。
Hook it, fish.
ち、またかいな。連中もしつこいな。
なんだこの警報は。
現場に不審な侵入者が出た時に鳴るようになっとるんや。最近そういう輩が多くての。
一体何なんだそいつらは。
うちのカムロ町ヒルズ計画を奪い取ろうとしてる連中や。
ヒルズ計画を奪い取る。
親父、大変です。待て奴らです。どうしましょう。そんなん追い払うに決まっとるやろが。また人暴れするで。準備しとけ。はい。うちに何度も喧嘩売るとは度胸やないかい。ほう、結構おるやないか。敵さんも本気出してきたの。
で、どうするんだ。この人数相手だ。何か策はあるのか。
決まっとるやろ。片っ端からぶん殴るだけじゃ。
Punch them all dead. I like that.
はい。
なら、俺も手伝うぜ。
キリュウちゃんも？
ああ。
やった。キリュウさんがいれば100人力ですよ。よかったっすね、親父。い
や、あかん。
え？
これはうちが仕掛けられた喧嘩や。関係ないキリュウちゃんは手出し無用や。
Will this be a good time to do the animation from Yakuza 0? I'll make an offer in cash!
でもうるさいわ。とにかく手出し無用って言うたら無用なんじゃ。それとも何かわしらだけじゃ奴らを倒せんとでも言うんか。あいやそんなつもりじゃ。
事情は分かった。だがそれでも俺は手伝わせてもらうぜ。
あ？なんでや。
兄さんはさっき困ってる俺に手貸す約束してくれたじゃねえか。それなのに俺が兄さんが困ってる時に手貸さねえわけにはいかねえだろ。
Good man, Kazuma Kiryu.
あんたの男気に応えてんだ。悪いがもう断っても無駄だぜ。俺がそういう男だってことあんたなら十分知ってんだろ。
しゃあないの。ならキリュウちゃんには手出さずに手貸してもらおうかの。
どういうことだ。
キリュウちゃんには現場監督になってもらうわ。
現場監督？
そう、現場監督や。マジマジャパンのキリュウ監督や。
全然話についていけないんだが。
実はの奴らの目的はわしらを倒すことやない。うちの施設を破壊することなんや。
施設を？
さあ、うちの施設ぶっ壊してヒルズ計画頓挫させて最終的に奪い取ろうっちゅうんが奴らのね。
Bastards.
なるほど。なら施設を壊されずに奴らを追い払う必要があるわけか。
その通りや。せやけどわしらは防衛戦が苦手での。つい目の前の連中殴るのに夢中になって施設守るのを忘れてまうんや。
So call up Cave and Faces
キ
in.
リュウちゃんには施設を守りつつ奴らを追い払えるように全体を見て指揮してほしいんや。
そういうこと。
Oh, let's. Thank you for the follow.
そんな経験ないからな。
わしの男気
Hi, hello there. How are you?
しっかり頼むで。全ては監督責任やからな。
わかった。
親父、奴ら来ますよ。
Pretty good. That's good. That's good.
行くでキリュウちゃん。
おう。
輪島建設業務開始や。
見ててくださいね、親父。
やるぜ。
Gather and train employees. Defeat all enemies before equipment destroyed. Select a unit. Press A to move them. Use the left stick to decide where units will go and intercept advancing enemies before they can reach your equipment. Select a unit, press Y to raise their spirit. When a unit's spirit goes up, their abilities increase and they fully recover HP. Bowler, Gunner, Grenadier, Heavy, Butter, Rocketeer. Interesting.
まま守りきれ。
Oh shit. Shouldn't have sent them all.
いい調子だ。
Couple of scratches on it.
このまま守りきれ。よし、いい調子だ。このまま守りきれ。真島建設、本日の業務は完了だ。
Victory.
Yoku よくやった、お前ら。
Yes, fun bit of trivia about Japanese culture. Chat. Companies have their own anthems and fight songs. Sort of like football teams or, you know, university teams. Oh, I got 20,000 yen out of it.
これで片付いたかな。やるやないか、桐生監督。采配やったで。
なかなか難しいもんだな。
ブラボー。いややっぱいい会社じゃん、真島建設ってさ。お、あんた誰だい。初めて見る顔だな。
桐生だ。お前こそ何者だ。
おっと、自己紹介が遅れました。武藤刑事、武藤不動産って会社の代表だ。
Right, Muto-san. Who the hell is your tailor? They need to be taken out back and shot.
武藤不動産。
まあこの辺ではそこそこ有名な会社でね。真島さんにヒルズ計画を譲ってほしいってお願いしてんだけど、なかなか OK してくんなくってさ。
ということはこいつらが。
ああ、うちを狙っとる連中や。
真島さんも堅物だよね。いくら金積んでも OK してくんねえんだもん。
お前らにくれてやるようなカムロ町ヒルズはないわ。
まあそっちがその気ならこっちは強引にやるだけだけどな。な、長野。
ああ。
So hit a Chono. Yeah, looks like a heavy in a Bond movie. Leader of the color gangs.
真島さんに桐生さんだっけな。建築会社の一つや二つ、うちの下っ端連中だけで処理できると思ったんだが、とんだ勘違いだったな。あんたらなかなかやるじゃねえか。肩着にしとくのはもったいねえぜ。
そうだな。あ、もしよかったら知り合いのヤクザ紹介するぜ。
We are Yakuza, you idiot.
残念だが間に合ってるんでな。
あ、そう。まあいいか。今日はご挨拶もできたし、もう帰るか。
ああ。こんな助っ人が出てきたんだ。こっちも何かしら策を打たねえといけねえんじゃねえか。
策ね。例の三重士にお願いするか。
Three Musketeers.
三重士。
地上げ三重士。聞いたことねえか。
は、そんなん聞いたこともないわ。
あんたも建築会社の社長ならそれくらい覚えておいた方がいいぜ。まあ
I would take you more seriously if you weren't wearing Oakley sunglasses.
楽しみにしとけ。
もう帰ろうぜ、長野。腹減っちまったよ。
おう。
Yeah, go get a burger from Wild Jackson or something.
おい、真島建設。
あ？
遊びはこれまで。次はマジで行かしてもらうからな。
上等だ。
こっちも本気で行かしてもらうで。三重士だかなんだか知らんが、まとめて相手したるわ。
ヒルズ計画は金のなる木。お前らなんかには荷が重すぎんだよ。覚悟しとけ。
お前らギター北にしてやるから。覚悟しとけよ、こら。
すまんの、ケルちゃん。面倒なことに巻き込んでしもうて。
兄さんには世話になってるんだ。これくらいお安いご用さ。
Yeah, this is
あんな連中
nothing.
にヒルズ計画の邪魔させねえ。返り討ちにしてやろうぜ。
そうやな。なんや、久々にキルちゃんと共闘できると思うと、ちーっとばかりワクワクしてきたわ。よっしゃ。
Yeah, more than hyped. He looks like he's getting sexually turned on by the prospect.
桐生監督率いる真島ジャパン、本格始動や。
すみませんね、三重士の皆さん。今日はお集まりいただいて。
We can forgive that. We just can't forgive the Oakley sunglasses.
お前らが俺たちを誘うなんて珍しいじゃないか。てっきり嫌われてるかと思ってたのによ。
Choshu
嫌って
Productions.
るなんてそんなわけないじゃないですか。大先輩方、尊敬してますよ。
そんなことはどうでもいい。早く予見を言え。
Tenryu Enterprises.
天竜さん、相変わらずせっかちだな。
今日お集まりいただいたのは他でもない、カムロ町ヒルズ計画の奪還にご協力いただきたい。
カムロ町ヒルズ。おお、いいじゃねえか。金の匂いがするな。
Virgin Army Limited.
なんでそのなんとかヒルズってのはそんなに儲かんのか。
西公園の跡地にでっかい商業ビルを建てるって計画だろ。あれを奪還できたらそれこそ僕じゃ済まねえぞ。
おお、いいじゃねえか。その
Nice
計画
sci-fi system,
ど
by
っ
the
ちまおう。
way.
そうしたいのは山々なんですが、ちょっと問題がありまして。
問題？
長の M 党が俺たちに頼むってことは相手が一筋縄じゃいかねえ連中ってことだろう。
さすが天竜さん、その通りです。ヒルズ計画を請け負っている真島建設、その社長真島五郎、こいつは元東上会の幹部で島野の狂犬と言われる武道派だそうで。
へえ、そんなやつが建設会社なんかやって
I
んの
like the
か。
globe.
人生いろいろ
It's
だ
like
な
it's
おい。
gold and lapis lazuli.
そしてその真島の側近桐生一馬、こいつはなんと東上会4代目会長堂島の
Has returned. Currently making boigas. Dinner for the waifu and I. Sounds tasty action.
いや、なんでもねえ。要はその桐生ってのと真島ってのが手に負えねえから俺たちに何とかしてくれってことか。
さすが長州さん、その通りです。こいつらをぶっ倒してカムロ町ヒルズ計画を奪い取る。ヒルズは金のなる木。報酬はいくらでも出させてもらいます。お願いできませんかね。
俺はやるで。金なら何でもやる。それが俺のスタンスだからな。それに堂島の竜とかいうやつも気になるしな。
He's got cauliflower ears.
ドラゴンと呼ばれてる男だからよ。
おお、ドラゴン対決か。そりゃ楽しみだな。
長州さんは
最近ちんけな案件ばっかでな。歯ごたえのある相手を探してたんだよ。
He's also got cauliflower ears.
堂島の竜に
These men are fighters.
島野の狂犬。面白そうじ
See,
ゃん。
that's going to be his downfall about the money for getting what game he's in. Yeah.
そいつらに世の中の厳しさを教えてやるよ。
天竜、お前はどうする？最近地上げはやってねえって聞いたけどよ。
お、そうなのか。まあな。だがキリがいるってんなら話は別だ。その話乗らせてもらうぜ。
決まりですね。
よし、それじゃあ地上げ三重士の皆さんよろしくお願いします。一番先にヒルズ計画を奪い取ってくれた方に報酬を差し上げますんで。
兵隊はうちのギャングチームの連中を好きに使ってくれて構いません。いい結果を期待してます。
誰に向かって言ってんだ。俺が失敗するわけねえだろ。
早速準備しねえとな。お前らには悪いが報酬は俺がいただくぜ。
キリュウ、カズマ。
Sounds like he knows him. Anyways, back to set enough for now. Wait there till 1 o'clock. Huh? Hey man, I'm the construction worker you have from before. Got so much energy pumping through my veins, I want to punch something. Speaking of, I hear shit's going down in Majima Construction. Mind if I tag along? Gotetsu has returned to Majima Construction. Excellent. We've got, what, over 9 million yen? I'm taking a taxi.
どちらまで行かれますか？それでは出発いたします。
Never remembers the lift's out. Yes, I'm taking a taxi to go down the street. What am I, a peasant?
12時を過ぎたわよ。堂島大吾が1時にあなたのお迎えを待ってるんじゃないの？何のんびりしてんのよ。行かなくていいの？
Calm down, he's about to say something dramatic.
お前は怖くないのか？
何が？
隠された自分の過去を調べることだ。
どうしてそんなこと聞くの？
実はな、俺の両親は登場会に殺されたんだ。
え
？1年前に知った。両親を手にかけたのは俺をこの道に導いてくれた風間慎太郎というおやっさんだった。
それがさっき言ってたあなたの過去なのね。
俺は風間のおやっさんを本当の親と思って育ってきたから許すことができた。だがあんたはどうだ？
私だったら両親を殺した人間を知ったらそれがたとえ誰であっても許すことはできないと思う。
Hey lady, you maybe want to not point that in the general direction of the main character?
それが私が選んだ道だから。
そうか。なら俺を利用すればいい。俺に張り付いて登場会を探れ。それがあんたの過去を探る近道だったらな。
本気なの？あなた登場会の人間だったんじゃないの？そんなこと言ってもいいの？
俺は極道だって自分を誇りに思っちゃいない。
もしあなたが関係してたら。
そん時は迷わず俺に向かって引き金を引けばいい。あんたはその相手を許すつもりはないんだろう。
Yeah. Put your money where your mouth is, lady.
そうね。そうするわ。
どこへ行くんだ？
仕事よ。
仕事？
あなたの身辺保護。さあ、行くわよ。
Ah, Majima Saga Chapter 1 has been unlocked. We can play through all of that after we finish this.
Yes. ああ、あれから1年だ。あの時は伊達さんにはお世話になりました。いや、こっちこそさやのことで世話になった。さや？俺の一人娘だ。さやちゃん、お元気ですか？ 毎日楽しそうに美容院の専門学校に通ってる。
そりゃよかった。
しかし初めて会った時はチンピラみたいだったが店長らしくなったもんだ。
いや、まだまだ勉強することがたくさんあります。いらっしゃいませ。
おお、久しぶりだな。こちら俺の昔の先輩で警視庁の河原さんだ。
あんたが和樹さんか。よろしくな。
警視庁、よろしくお願いします。
不愛想なおっさん2人で押しかけて悪かったな。
いいえ。ところで今日はどんなご用件で？
お前だけに話があるんだ。
あ、俺つまみを用意してきます。お話とは？
今から1時間後の午前1時、ここへ捜査陣がガサ入れに来る。
え？どうしてうちの店に？
ここだけじゃない。
fair warning.
めぼしい風俗店、飲み屋、カジノがターゲットだ。
何かあったんですか？
この前のミレニアムタワーの爆破だ。確かな情報によると、どうやら外国人の組織が欲しいらしい。
外国人の組織？
あれだけ派手にやられりゃ警視庁のメンツは丸つぶれだ。そこでだ、400人の捜査陣を動員して不法滞在の外国人を一網打尽にするって作戦だ。
でも
We're gonna round them all up. We're gonna round up every single one of the illegal aliens. They're not gonna escape, and we're gonna deport them all.
この店には不法滞在の外国人なんて一人もいませんよ。
不営法にいろいろ引っかかったことがあるんだろうが、早いとこ店閉めねえとしばらく。
Everybody else is gonna get busted on vice laws. Just gonna shut everything down. Not gonna have any more fun in Kamurocho. It's gonna be all over because we gotta make Japan great again.
そうだったんですか。いや、伊達さん、河原さん、本当にありがとうございます。
さあ、これで奴が組織の人間なら仲間にすぐに知らせに行くはずだ。
I'm sure he's mafia. He's up to no good. His mother probably hates him too. You know, and his boyfriend, and his boyfriend's boyfriend, they're gonna end up voting for me in the next election.
俺には信じられねえ。奴が海外組織の一員だなんてな。
あれだけのことをやらかした組織の一員だ。簡単には見破られやしねえさ。
本日の営業はこれで終了となります。誠にありがとうございました。
I have to say that was pretty good. See that clip of the joke he made? Yes, I did. That was for a politician. That was a pretty sick burn.
警戒すんだろうが。
いつまでもここにいたら不自然だろ
う。まだわからねえぜ。奴がどう動くか。
何？
ほら来た。行くぞ誠。
あ、ちょっとどうしたんですか、伊達さん。
Don't make them run. You make them run, they get all sweaty. Time's almost up. Let's head to the Samano building. So do you even know where it is? No. I can ask Tamara though. That's the info guy who hangs out near Theatre Square. Worth checking, I suppose, but let's hurry. Yeah, let's hurry. Honestly, half expected the dude to come flying back down the stairs after getting shot by a lookout right outside. Oi, if it isn't Kiryu-san. Yeah. Been a while, hasn't it? Good to see you.
Hi.
Yeah, likewise. Just wish it was under better circumstances. Why? What's wrong?
Hi.
Oh, it's Kazuki. He's... What, Kazuki? He's okay, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, actually. Date's-san came by the club for the first time in at least a year. We were all stoked to see him, but something must have gone wrong, because Kazuki went running out of the club. What, all because of Date-san? What could have happened? I didn't want to pry, but he's with another detective, I think.
Boy.
Do you know where Date-san is right now? He ran out, too. Could have been chasing after Kazuki. That does sound pretty odd. Look, I know you're worried about this, but don't you think the Amano building should be the real priority here? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll catch up soon. If anything comes up in the meantime, though, just give me a call. Alright, will do. The Amano building? Don't know it, sorry. Okay. Nicely done, detective. Info dealer by the theater. Ah, there he is. There's our man. Ah, Kiryu-san. I'm Morita. I deal in information. Tamara's a friend of mine. He told me a lot about you. But I should mention that I haven't seen Tamara lately. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Anyway, if you need anything, I'm happy to help.
Boy.
You know Kazuki? I've got a friend who's worried about him. Any idea where he is? Sorry. News to me. I'll keep my ear to the ground, though. Any word on Daigo Dojima? No, actually. There used to be news about him every night, but he's gone dark. I wonder what happened to him.
Boy.
I'm looking for the Amano building. You know where that is? Oh, that'd be in front of Children's Park. It's been abandoned for a while now, though. I hear this gang of kids has moved in that go by that name 16-bit. 16-bit, eh? A very Sega name, you could say. Speaking of Sega, time to fill the streets with rage. Gorgeous there, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. This should be the Amano building. It's locked. Hey. You with those assholes inside? Sorry? Staying dumb? Well, drop your dumb ass. Fuck yeah. What if I dropped you first? Batter up. Not a prob. Hope you're having a wonderful day, night. Lots of smiley times. Should be here in the shadows with your tab. Appreciate it. Thank you. Wow, lime green tracksuits. How threatening. Makes them look like a bit like Vector Man, doesn't it?
Boy.
What the hell was that about? This place was a hideout, man. And these guys speaking another language showed up. You're not with them?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. But I do want to have some words with them. There's a game I haven't heard of in a while. I think it's part of the Genesis and Mega Drive collection on Steam. And I know they've made Vector Man and Vector Man 2 part of the Genesis and Mega Drive mini-releases in recent years. I still want to get a Mega Drive Mini 2. You know where the key to this place is? My boss carries it on him, but he's out right now. Out? Out where? In the alley behind the drugstore, usually. No way he's just going to give you the key, though. If you kids are anything to go by, maybe he will. Ah, go see for yourself, old man. Come on. Right. Yeah, this guy is going to give up the key. Even if I have to beat it out of him. Just the one? Okay. Way to steal my thunder there, detective.
Huh?
What do you want? Fighting a boss here, man. You know what's good for you? You fuck right off.
Boy.
You wouldn't happen to be the leader of those 16-bit kids, are you? God. It's my last continue.
Huh?
Hey, you heard a word we've said, you little punk? Put down the damn game.
Huh?
What? Yeah, I heard you the first time. I said fuck off. I just need the key to the Amano building. We'll leave you alone. You still here? You're throwing me off, arsehole. Sometimes there are more important things in life than video games. Ironic, considering that's exactly what we're playing. Not right now, there isn't. Sounds like we're at an impasse, so I'm gonna kick your ass.
Huh?
Give me just a sec, though. Hello? Sup, bro? Got these arseholes giving me shit right now. Give me a hand with this. Yeah, right now, man. You actually called in backup.
Huh?
Ah, here's my boy. Time to take out the garbage. Gonna be lurking. Finish grilling the boigas and making the chicken tenders on the side. Alrighty, enjoy dinner, action.
Boy.
Hand over the key. I've still got my second form.
Huh?
If it's anything like your first form, you're in for another beating if you don't give us that key. Fine. I'll remember this.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
Figured while we're here, stock up on stamina and royales. Ah, for fuck's sake. Grab items from the lockers. Ooh, a gold plate. Lucky Hanafuda card. Lost amulet. A bronze plate. And a lampstand. You know what? Time for some extra cash. Oh, you managed to beat Knockout Fujiki. Very impressive, Kiryu-san. Though there's another guy who has you in his sights. Compared to his brother, he's a bit more of a musclehead, which means he also packs a stronger punch. He's near the hotel district if you feel like taking on another challenge. I might.
いらっしゃいませ。ありがとうございました。
111,000 yen. Fantastic. First, let's head to the hotel district, then we'll get back on the main storyline. Oh, Kiryu-san. What's wrong? Thank you for everything, Kiryu-san. I'll never forget all that you've done for us. Wait, what's all this about? Remember how I mentioned the old caretaker who went back to the countryside to recover from his illness? Oh, no, he didn't. Oh, no. He's actually fully recovered. He's coming back to work. Oh, well, that's incredible. Yes, but it also means my role as headmistress is at an end. Right. I've only been at Sunflower for 6 months, but I can't begin to describe how hard it is to say goodbye to those kids. So I was thinking I'd give them something to remember me by. Like what? Well, I want to build them a playground. It probably won't be easy, you know. Oh, I know, but I can't think of a more perfect way to bring them joy. But I have to be budget conscious and nobody's biting at what I have to offer. That's to be expected. You need some pretty serious cash to get a project like that off the ground. I know it's a stretch, really I do, but I won't give up so easily. Alright, if you're that into the idea, I won't stand in your way. Maybe I'll even help you. Really? Yeah, might know some guys who owe me a favour. Oh, that would be wonderful, Kiryu-san. A contractor who gave me his card would probably be willing to cut me a deal. You've reached the friendly corn artist from Everyday Renovations. That's short for construction artist, mind you. Yeah, hi. This is Kiryu. Kiryu-san, sir! So good to hear from you. I'm looking to build a playground over at Sunflower. I was hoping you'd give me a fair estimate. Yes, of course. Why don't we discuss this further in the Champion District? I'm sure we can reach a mutual agreement in person. Yeah, I can do that. See you soon. Right. Now, let's see about... Yeah. There they are. Haha, so you're the one who took down my little bro. Gotta say, it's quite a macho feat, because what he lacks in experience, he makes up with raw power. Now you really gotta show me that strength of yours, muscle man. Tell you what, beat me, I'll even give you my favorite piece of candy. As a sign of my respect. Well, candy, that's it. Oh, fine, I'll take you on. Well, that was a quick decision. I like that. Now get ready for some rumbling maniac action. Oh, yeah. Nice. Didn't think you'd be this tough. No, I'm convinced you're able to take my little bro down. And, among rippling muscle men, you two are a brother of mine. As for the candy I promised, I apologize. I actually scarfed it all down before our match. Will this do instead? Yes, this will do nicely. A stun grenade. Lovely. Now we can go to the Amano building.
どちらまで行かれますか。それでは出発いたします。
行きましょう。もうすぐよ。
おい。
It told me to come alone, so we should part ways here. Can't say I agree with your plan, but fine. Call me if you even think things are going sideways.
Oh, oh. Ah. Oh, oh. Ah. Oh, oh. Ah. Oh, oh.
Okay, that hurt. Good night, left hand. I love this. What a bright idea. Stay down. Oh, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants with your fancy footwear. Oh, this is a battle of fun, but I really must be going. Oh. You want more? Very well. Really sweeps you off your feet, doesn't it? Again, this has been an absolute knee slapper, but I really must be going. Privet, Comrade Rex, have I come at a bad time? Is stream ending soon? We're going to go for just a little while longer, Dimitri. Well, well, well. I've seen double.
これはどういうことなんだ。
俺にも説明がつかねえ。和樹を追ってきたらこの二人が立っていた。
私が本物です。こいつらに監禁され気づいたらここにいたんだ。デタラメを言うな。お前が俺を脅してここに連れてきたんだろうが。
どうしてここへ来た？
午前1時にここに来るように呼び出されたんだ。
なんだと？
やはり罠だったか。
Walked right into it.
そうらしいな。
何の真似ですか、河原さん。
俺たち3人をここにおびき出したのは偽物の方だ。そいつはスターダストで細かい芸をして俺たちをはめた。
俺は違う。
黙れ。デカをなめんじゃねえ。なりはそっくりに真似られても声だけはどうにもならねえんだ。店の中で聞いたお前の声が耳の中に残ってんだ。正直に言え。どうして俺たちをここにおびき出した？
何を言ってるのかさっぱりわかりませんよ。
とぼけんな。お前の裏でこの筋書きを書いたのは誰だ？
やめろ。あんたまた俺の前で人を殺すのか？
勘違いすんな誠。こいつはお前の知っている和樹じゃない。組織の構成員だ。
証拠もないのにどうしてそんなことが言えるんだ？
It's like a Japanese Dirty Harry.
あんたは刑事の勘で人を撃つのか？
刑事の勘なんて甘っちょろいもんじゃねえんだ。食うか食われるかの修羅場をいくつもくぐり抜けてきた俺にはわかるんだ。こいつの体から血生臭い匂いがプンプンすんだ。
あんたはどうかしている。
来んな。
河原さん。
和樹。
桐生、昨日電話でここにお前を呼び出したのは俺だ。
お前が
Crush gun in hand.
死んでゆく人間がそんなことを知っても仕方がないだろ
う。俺たちを殺すためにここへおびき出したんだな。
やっと分かったのか。ここであんたたち4人は殺し合って死んだ。これが筋書きのエンディングだ。
4人だと？どうして俺たちが殺し合う必要があるんだ？
結末さえあれば筋書きはどうにでも作れる。そういうもんさ。
今だ。腕。迷うな。撃つんだ。
You missed.
神。守護だ。
Well, that time to do this.
銃声がしたから駆けつけたのよ。
Man, it's pussy coward using gun.
逃げるぞ。
どうして逃げるの？これは正当防衛じゃない。
いや、これには裏がありそうだ。身をかわした方が賢明だ。
表に出るぞ。
Crush throat under boot. He needs medical attention fast. Shall we drive him to hospital? There's no time. I know a doctor who runs a clinic in the area. We just need to get him there. The police are going to be fanning out across the city. You can't just carry him like that. We don't have much choice here. If we wait for the cops to pack it in, we might lose him. Yeah, I know. Still, good luck explaining this to him if they spot you. Yeah, you're right. We stick out like a sore thumb like this. Fine. What's the plan then? I've got an idea.
Nani?
Yeah? Let me draw the attention of the cops just outside first. Nothing they can really do to a fellow officer out of their jurisdiction. I'll keep them occupied as long as I can. You guys head out the other way. Think you can pull it off? We'll find out. I'll meet you at the clinic. Where is it? A little building on the west side of Taihei Boulevard. Got it. Kazuki's health will decrease over time as you dash around town. Running into people will also decrease his health, so carry him to Emoto Clinic safely before his health is gone. Dimitri would have sussed out Trap easily. I'm sure you could, Dimitri, yes. If you get spotted by one of the police officers wandering around town, they question you and cost you precious time. Watch out for them and make haste with Kazuki to safety. Just over there. Just a little further. Oops. Dimitri isn't as dumb as many think. Oh, I never presumed you were. It's way too crowded. We need to take another route. Damn! Dimitri's learning to play the guitar. Ah. Any tune in particular? What's your story, pal? Sorry, they got pretty wasted. Right. Is anyone suspicious in the area by chance? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. He's losing a lot of blood. We need to keep a low profile. No way can we explain this blood to the cops. Yeah. Let's move.
大怪我をしてる。頼む。
カーラさん。それにお前。
すまん。至急治療してほしいんだ。
どうしたんだその足。
俺よりそっちの方が重傷負ってる。
何をやらかした？
銃で撃たれた。
Almost die, making time, yeah.
この男確かカムロ町で有名なホストじゃないか。はあ、早く処置しなければ危険だ。おい、手術室に運んでくれ。少し時間がかかりそうだ。理由は聞かねえが、もし追われているのなら、あんたら二人はよそで身を隠してた方がいい。ここにいたら目立つからな。
わかった。
Go, move it, start! This was the last thing I expected, honestly. Still not even sure what happened. Me either. Wasn't expecting to find you up there myself. We should probably compare notes to see if we can learn anything. Good call. Let's find a cheaper place. Well, there. Let's find a better place to talk first. Know anywhere quiet? Let's see. Sedona. What's that place like these days? Deserted. Siam and I are using it as home base, though. See. Senator's across the street from Stardust. That area will be flooded with cops. Yeah, you're right. Let's avoid that. Bantam would work. Bantam? Remember Bacchus? They closed down, and when it reopened, they called it Bantam. Oh, that bar behind Millennium Tower. Yeah, that's right. I remember now. So it's Bantam now, eh? Yeah. Last year I got to know the bartender there. Far enough away from Stardust, I hope. Heh, Bacchus. That's where you and I joined up the first time, remember? Yeah. What a ride it's been. Man, still can't get over running into two Kazakis like that. Yeah, what the hell's going on? I don't think we should tell you, the Stardust crew, about this yet. Yeah, we just worried them. Besides, we don't know a damn thing about Kazuki's double. There's nothing to tell them, really. I hate to drag Yuya into this mess. You hear you made manager? I'm sure you can hold down the fort for a while. I feel bad, but I agree. Let's keep him out of this. Yeah. Kiryu-san, Date-san. Yuya? How'd you know we were here?
Yeah.
One of our regulars told me she saw a guy who looked like Kazuki being carried in here. I could hardly believe it, but I came running all the same. What happened, though? Is he going to be okay? The doc's got him in surgery now. He was shot. Shot? Why would anyone shoot Kazuki? You get mixed up in something? Well, there was a Yakuza brawl in the street that got out of hand. Unfortunately, Kazuki took a stray bullet. What? What are these Yakuza, then? Which one of these goddamn bastards did it? I'll beat the shit out of the whole family for this.
Yeah.
Calm down, Yuya. But Date-san was just telling me you're the manager of Stardust now.
Hi.
Yeah. You're the one responsible for your team and your customers. You, of all people, should know you can't lose your cool now. Kazuki's in bad shape. It's tough to think about. But who knows how long he'll need to recover. Exactly. Kazuki needs you to be strong. You boys need your strength now more than ever, too. Kiryu-san. Date-san. Kazuki is going to make it. You just worry about Stardust. You're right. You know, even though he promoted me, I don't think I ever really stopped relying on Kazuki for everything. But I guess that needs to end. I've got to pull it together. Thanks, guys. I'm going to keep Stardust in the black so Kazuki can rest easy knowing his club's in good hands. Get arse moving, run like children. Phew. Guess we got a band-aid on that for now. We can fill him in on the rest once we know more ourselves. Yeah. Alright. Getting late. Let's head for Bantam. Kind of a regular over at Bantam these days. But sad, don't see too many guys in there now. Remember that whole thing last year? Turns out nobody wants to go into a bar where a bunch of people died. Even heard rumors they're real deep in debt. It's sad. It's a great little place. And the bartender's a good guy too. Hope he finds a way to make it work. There we are. Would you believe Dimitri has medical training? I can believe that, Dimitri. Probably necessary with your line of work. It can get a bit dangerous sometimes.
Kiryu-san! この町に帰ってきたんですか? まあ、どうぞ.
He forgets I've been here before.
1年前を思い出すな。あ
あ。何にいたしましょうか?
マスターに頼みがある。
じゃあお前は堂島大吾を助けるために
Thinking Jim Beam.
来たってわけか。
ああ。だが分からないのは、なぜ俺たちを始末しようとしたかだ。
いや、和樹は俺たちをおびき出
There's
す
a
た
lot of
め
people
の
that want him dead for a variety of
俺たちの存
reasons.
在が邪魔な連中。俺たちに共通するもの。
Oh, and there's a bottle of Valentine's.
わからね
仕組んだのはおそらく、大悟と合田会長を拉致した海外組織だ。
海外組織？
府警の別所という刑事がそう言っていた。
別所？
知ってるのか？
昔
Always them goddamn foreigners.
カムロ署に？
俺が新米の頃はカムロ署の4課の看板だった。さっきの河原のおっさんとは同期でな。マムシの別所に鬼瓦っていや、カムロ署と警視庁のエースとして有名だった。
Besho the Viper and Kawada the Demon. Jesus.
伊達さん、あの河原って刑事に、俺の前で人を殺すなと叫んでたな。
ああ。俺は今でもあの人を許すことができねえんだ。
何があったんだ？
俺が一課に入った頃、もう15年以上前のことだ。警視庁に入ったばかりの俺は、当時一課の班長をしてた河原さんと組んで不法入国者の捜査をしていた。目的は殺人事件の容疑者との接触だった。あの頃の河原さんはノンキャリアにもかかわらず、やり手のデカとして
Bringing in racist, they're bringing in rapists, drug dealers, and murderers, and some I assume are some good people.
だが、そんな河原さんへの尊敬の思いは一瞬にして吹っ飛ぶことになった。
どうしたんだ？
河原さんは捜査に抵抗する不法入国者に向かって次々と銃を発砲したんだ。相手の抵抗も激しかった。だが俺たちは警察官だ。よほどのことがない限り撃つことはしねえ。でも河原さんは
Yeah, forget Dirty Harry. This guy's like the Japanese Charles Bronson.
相手の男たちは？
ああ、当然死んださ。河原さんが殺したんだ。
I shot them. Now I'm going to Earl's Fix-It Shop to fix
容
O.
疑者とはいえ、なぜためらうことなく殺せるのかと。そうしたら河原さんはこう答えた。しょうがねえじゃねえか。こいつらが悪いんだ。ってな。その後も河原さん
Damn,
は
ice
不
cold.
法入国者への発砲を何度となく繰り返したが、その都度正当防衛として処理された。しかし殺人デカと陰口を叩かれるようになり、
Killer Kawada.
ついに河原さんは一家から外された。
Dmitri has cut hand bad, but Dmitri has a family of doctors as cousins. They trained Dmitri to a point that almost surgeon-like knowledge. Excellent.
そんな過去があったのか。
未だに撃たれた男
Necrovania, welcome in. Your character's so cool. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
たちの死に際の顔がまぶたに焼き付いてる。
How are you doing, by the way?
何か深い傷がありそうだな。
俺もそれは感じるんだが、本人に聞いてみても何も言わない。だが、ただの外国人嫌いとも違う。俺はな、桐生。和樹を撃っちまったことより、河原さんを止められなかったことを後悔してるんだ。
だってさ、
あのおっさんが抱える深い闇。俺はそれを理解してやることもできやしねえ。
口じゃ悪く言ってても、河原さんのことを気にしてんだな。
まあな。
Say, I wonder what happened to Sayama. Hope she made it out all right. Yeah, I better go look for her. But first,
いらっしゃいませ。
what have we not consumed here? Let's see. Ballantine's 17 years old, ultimate blended whiskey, praised as the definitive scotch, beloved across the world. XO Deluxe. Its regal bottle, sharp scent and unmistakable blended taste, gently caresses the heart. Courvoisier XO, distinguished French cognac. Rich yet smooth flavors, the epitome of perfection. Carlsberg, we already know about that. Glenfiddich, 12-year-old. 12-year-old Macallan, the standard model. You can enjoy the luxury of this Macallan delicacy without going bankrupt. That's always good. And, of course, we'd be remiss if we do not have a bottle of the premium malts. Alright. Now that we are thoroughly sauced up, let's check our stats here. Attack speed. There we go. Hello? Oh, speak of the devil. Just got to the clinic. Where are you? We moved. Me and Date-san headed over to a bar called Bantam. Wait, you decided now would be a good time to hit the town for drinks? No, but we couldn't stay. I'll explain later. I think it'd be best if you meet us over here. Fine, but where's here? I don't know the area, remember? Right. I'll come get you then. Give me a few. Alright, but hurry. God, so drunk I can't run in a straight line. Let's see, did we pick up any other keys? No? Okay. Moving on then.
タバコか。
うるさいわね。本庁の公安部だかなんだか知らないけど、えばらないでよね。何よ。
あんまり強がんな。少しは女らしく生きろ。
Yeah, would it? I mean, that is a legitimate question.
あんた、府警四課の主任なんだってな。
どうしてそれを？
さっきビルに落ちてた。これが現場にあったらやばいと思ってこっそり拾っておいたんだ。銃を撃った時にでも落としたんだろう。とんだヘマだな。まあ無理もねえさ、あんな状況じゃな。
あなた自分は撃たれていたのに冷静なのね。
ああ、俺にとっちゃあんな状況は慣れっこさ。
そう。
Yeah, he seems like the sort that has been shot
やっぱり本庁
before.
の人間は場数が違うのね。
そんなことねえさ。俺が特別なだけだ。本庁も府警も関係ねえ。あんた、 女のくせしてなんで4かなんかでデカやってんだ。
別にいいじゃない。あなたには関係のないことだわ。
遅くなったな。
本当に遅いわよ。
カールソン。
Sorry, I was drunk.
あんた大丈夫なのか？
ああ、なんとかな。
Talk of which, he looks like he could use a stiff drink.
まだ手術中よ。中の様子はわからない。
He's had a bad day.
ちょっと。
なんだお前らは。ディノミ感じるにゃ。おい、ケちゃんにゃ。いろな。壊らった。
お前ら誰だ。
アニャ、いやその探知のかアニャ。
お前ら海外組織の連中か。
待ちなさい、警察よ。あんたたちここに何をしに来たの？
ちょっと待て。
なんだ、うるさい連中だ。
日本語喋れるんじゃねえか。なら
Not well, apparently, though.
お前らに用はない。
俺はあるんだ。
何？
目の前で女殴られて引き下がれるほど大人じゃねえんだよ。
Yeah, what sort of fucking animal are you?
なら殺すまでだ。死ね。
You schnee. Always sweep the leg when you get a chance.
さすがに強えな。お前ら誰に頼まれた？
やめろ。
Yeah, not so tough when you're facing down the barrel of a gun.
Yeah.
한국의 조직 진권파.
The Jingwon Mafia.
なんて言ったんだ。
手回しが早いな。
非常警戒網が敷かれたのよ。
ここはまずいな。話は後だ。
伊達さんが待っているバーへ行こう。
Please don't make me do another escort mission. Date's waiting at a bar called Bantam. Let's move then. Sorry. You guys go ahead. I can't walk around looking like this. I need to find a change of pants. You gonna be okay on your own? I'll be fine. See you guys at Bantam. Alright.
行きましょう。
Oi, oi, lads. Oi, oi. Welcome back, Brit. Well, that was quick. Ah! And there's a raid. Welcome in, raiders. If this is your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber with runic sigils. And we are playing Yakuza Kiwami 2. Okisune, thank you for the follow. Yo, how are you? Britt, I'll get you a shout out here. Sit tight. See what you're up to. Ah, playing Dark Souls 3. Lovely, lovely. Yes, everyone please make sure you go follow Besprit here. But yeah, Raiders, if you need to get up and stretch, grab something to eat, something to drink, usual after-stream care stuff. If you need to raid and run, totally understand.
ちょっと出かけてる。それにしても、ずいぶん遅かったな。
Was so damn close with the soul of Cinder. Almost beat the game. Ah. Next time. Next time. You'll get it next time.
その代わりいいネタが仕込めたぜ。
どんなネタだ?
Pretty awesome. Watch the Brits struggle. Makes for good content though, yeah? True Fist Faction. Jingwon Pa. Jingwon Mafia.
聞いたこともない組織ね。
Shall be back shortly sorting out lunch. I'll probably do to get some dinner here fairly soon myself. Also made a funny clip. Demon Princes and the Soul of Cinder. Ah.
組織の名前も単なる呼び名でしかない。奴らにとっちゃ名前なんかどうでもいいのさ。大切なのは鉄の結束。それだけだ。
じゃあ大悟と合田会長を誘拐したのもその人言派か。
ああ、可能性は高いな。
けど、よく韓国語が分かったわね。
Guess we're gonna have to bust him out then.
ちょっとな。
ここも危ねえようだから、そろそろ場所を移そう。
どういうことだ?
どうやらここにも視覚の手が回っているらしい。
本当か?
マスターの様子がおかしいんだ。そわそわと出たり入ったり。どっかに連絡したりな。それに
なんだ。
彼女のことを探してるみたいだ。
私を？
この写真がカウンターの中にあった。
なぜこの写真が？
Well, shit.
ここは俺一人に任せてくれ。マスターに確認する。お前は伊達さんと河原さんをせれない。
分かったわ。
あれ？桐生さんお戻りで。
マスター、この写真は一体何だ?
Come here, as a friend.
それは
Trying to make amends for what happened before. And this is how you disrespect me.
あんたのことを知ってる。だからできれば争いはしたくねえんだ。理由を聞かせてもらえないか。
いや、それは
誰に頼まれたんだ？
いや、
マスター、もう後戻りはできないっすよ。俺らはやるしかねえんだ。
桐生さん、俺たちのために死んでくれ。頼む。
Sorry, Master. Going to have to decline. Sorry, old man. It's not your day. Hopefully we didn't break any bottles or damage any hi-fi equipment. No?
許してください。
Terribly sorry about the mess.
1年前の事件で客足が減ってみんな借金を抱えてしまって。
闇金に手を出したのか。
Of course he borrowed dirty money.
なかったのでつい毎日返済に追われて困っていたら急に借金を全額肩代わりしてくれるって人が現れまして。
誰が肩代わりすると言ったんだ。
Yes, pray tell who?
戦国組という組織の人に言われました。それでお二人の写真を。
The fucking Sengoku family.
つまり懸賞金がかかってたってわけか。
そうです。私は迷った。でもやるしかないところまで追い込まれてました。ですから。
もういい。
え
？1年前の騒ぎは俺の責任が大きい。
でも
全ての型は俺がつける。あと少し待っていてくれ。だからマスターはこの場所でいつも通り
Someday,
客
another
にう
day
まい酒を
may
楽
never
しませて
come.
やってくれ。
I'll call on you to do a service for me. Until
毎
then,
日同じ場所に
accept this as a gift on the day of my daughter's wedding.
それがこの街じゃ心の救いになるんだ。だから店を捨てないでくれ。
Yeah, don't throw this place away. You've got good selection of vinyl over there, and you've got really good drink selection. It's worth its weight in gold. Everyone's waiting for me at Sedona. Right, let's save our game here. And chat, I'm getting hungry. I need to go get something to eat. And we've been at it for close to 7 hours. I think that's long enough.
My name is Bond. James Bond.
Thank you for the redeem, Okitsune. Let's see here. Make sure browser audio is muted. Who can we raid? Let me see who's online on my list here. Let's see. I think... You know what? I think we've got enough people here. But, yeah, let's go raid Renslayer. We've got enough people here. I always wanted to raid her. I've always thought she's really cool. Let me get the copy pasta ready for you as well. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, let's do this, everybody. Thank you all for spending the day with me. I'll see all of you tomorrow for more fun and shenanigans. I'm Lord Rexworth. I wish you all the best, and God bless.